Notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation, have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge.
We'll call this meeting to order of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, the regular meeting of April 25th, 2023. Patrick, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
Chair, the only correction is number 7. We clarified that the chair of the board is the authorized signer.
Very good. All right, then we'll go right into our general public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comment to the board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. Also, you have 3 minutes, and most of you know the routine, so go ahead and start it off.
Good morning. My name is Beverly Blake. I've been a Grass Valley resident for, since 1997. I've been a realtor here for over 20 years. I wanted to share with you the personal impact that the Idaho-Maryland mine has already had on my husband and myself. I'm 76 years old. My husband, who's a retired professional firefighter, is almost 80. We purchased a home on Little Hill Lane, which is off Anchor, off Greenhorn, with several goals in mind. We plan to fix it up, live there for a number of years, improve everything, the 3 acres, the home, with our own labor, and at the appropriate time, downsize and use the profit to fund our retirement. We have a beautiful home and property that we have worked hard to create our own little piece of Shangri-La. We have invested hours of labor ourselves and also thousands of dollars making the property really attractive and fire safe. My husband has become disabled and is no longer able to help me with the maintenance. 3 years ago, our home insurance was canceled, and we now have to pay $7,000 to the FAIR plan, or as we call it, the unfair plan. We would have liked to put the property on the market last year, but we discovered that with the mine issue hanging over us, no one would even look at it. I have 2 neighbors who've had their property for sale all year. They're beautiful properties. They would have sold quickly, but once prospective buyers saw that the mine issue existed, no one would even look at them. They would have sold quickly under normal circumstances. Now they're just waiting on a decision on the mine to proceed with what they're going to do. I know there are many other residents in our situation, and we've all been put in limbo by the mine. I personally have 3 clients who are waiting for your decision to decide if they're going to move to Grass Valley or Nevada City. If the mine is approved, they will move to a different foothill town. They have no interest in living in a mining community. Every realtor I know believes that the mine will negatively affect property values in every area of Nevada County, western Nevada County, not just the immediate area around the mine. The economic report did not include local realtors' opinions, even though we were surveyed. I believe the probability of diminished property values and taxes would impact the county revenues far more than Rise Gold's inflated promises. Grass Valley and Nevada City are unique in the Sierra foothills. No one else has our extent of culture, music, the arts. Plus, we have Sierra College for undergraduate as well as adult education. It seems that every month I read in the paper about a new venue that is being developed to further expand all these resources.
Thank you, Beverly.
Just say no. Do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly.
Good morning. My name is John Vaughn. I live in District 3. I'm going to revisit a topic from last week. I noted that the Rise Gold February 2023 employment details document has a number of math errors. A few examples include the summary in Table 2, which displays 8 job categories at the mine, shows underground miners making $168,000 a year, while the detail table for underground miners shows them making $113,000 a year. All job categories except one are higher in the summary table than in the details. Additionally, total payroll in Table 2 is wrong in all categories except one. For example, if you divide total payroll for underground miners by the 156 miners shown in the table, then annual salaries for underground miners are about $25,000 a year. The same process shows geologists making $808,000 a year. All clearly incorrect. I suppose you could write these things off to clerical errors, but given what I've seen in RISE documents, there appears to be a consistent lack of attention to detail and a willingness to spin data versus publishing facts. If you were a manager doing performance reviews, you would rate their performance as needs improvement. Think about what that means for regulatory reporting. Most of the regulatory reporting is self-reporting. Lack of attention to detail and a willingness to publish supportive numbers versus facts is a huge problem for regulatory reporting, especially given the economic study shows no extra labor costs at the county for personnel to monitor the monitors. Think about the size of this project with hundreds, if not thousands, of controversial issues and a serious lack of information now versus information that is promised later. It defies common sense and basic logic that no environmental issues and none of the negative economic impacts for families, individuals, and local businesses will ever occur at any time for 80 years. I respectfully request you just say no to the final EIR and the RISE proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, good morning, board. How you doing today? Let's go ahead and reset my clock there. Thank you. All righty. Well, it's been a while since I last spoke to you, especially about November 8th, 1960. That was the day that the California Constitution was repealed. And while you may have doubts as to that, as was it really repealed, I just wanted to bring to your attention that right now in federal court in Southern California, a particular county is being sued because they trampled on the unalienable rights of their citizenry. And in this case, I've been watching it unfold over the last 9-10 months now. And in just 2 days from now, this federal court will be having to make a ruling on this case. And, you know, everything that we see so far shows that the court will have to rule in the favor of the plaintiff because the defendants, which includes a county, a superior court judge, and other officials within a county government, and nobody, not even the judge, was able to rebut all of the facts that were laid out as to how and why the Constitution was repealed back in 1960. So I'm just giving this board a courtesy of letting them know of what I've discovered over these last 10 months. And I've tried to share it with you on multiple occasions that November 8th, 1960 was the day the California Constitution was repealed. Please do not ignore that, because with it having been repealed, it's very easy for you to trample on the unalienable rights of the citizens. And when you do so, it leaves you personally liable. And again, I can't stress it enough. I really do believe that each and every one of you needs to look at the issues of why November 8th, 1960 and the repealing of the Constitution is so important. And with that, I'm going to bid you farewell. And please, please do your research. You're my friends, you're my neighbors. Hell, I was even on the campaign trail with you. Okay? So, you know, this is not a joke to me. This is very serious. I've done a lot of research in it, and you will be seeing more and more of this research coming out. And as soon as we get the judge's ruling, I will be more than happy to forward you a copy of it for your review, because it is that important. Remember, November 8th, 1960, the California Constitution was repealed. Good day.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gavi Lopez Loomis. I'm an IHSS provider in Nevada County and a proud member of the UDW. I've been a caregiver to my child who lives with autism. I used to work in the medical field and had to leave my full-time job to care for my son. As an IHSS provider, like all of us here, we provide a vital service not only to the seniors and people with disabilities who we serve, but also to the county. Not only do our long hours of hard work save the county hundreds of thousands of dollars, but the demand for our work is only growing as aging population continues to increase. We are about to face a care crisis. Since the population is aging, we are expected to need hundreds more providers for the people needing the care. Think about the people we take care of in Nevada County. We are your constituents. Our contract ended last year, and we hope you will prioritize the IHSS program because caregivers are relying on you to be able to continue to provide these vital services to our seniors and people with disabilities, as well as support our own families. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gabby. Lee?
Good morning. Lee French, Alta Sierra, District 2. I'm here once again about the fire hazard that's being built up by the Alta Sierra golf course. I want to thank Ed for responding to my plea for help and the fact that he's going to do a look around. But that should put a little pressure on Alta Sierra to clean up their act a little. But we are still at a point where the code, the general code, Article 7, doesn't really apply to this situation. And we need to take a look at the ordinance to see how we can revise it to include properties that are a mutual benefit corporation, 501c3, and there is no single ownership of all this property, which is spread throughout our 3,273 parcels. The extent of the spread is terrific, and if something starts over there at the golf course, it's going to create a paradise-like situation. It's not bad yet. It's ugly right now along the roads. I don't know what they've done on the back parts where it can be hidden, but being told that they neither have the manpower nor the funding to keep the place up and get rid of what they've already stacked means that they will be stacking it up, and we'll have more fire hazard problems. I think that we need to really take a look at the ordinance and see what we can do about including the mutual benefit organizations. If you take a look at the map for Alta Sierra's golf course, you'll find that it is an extensive intrusion into a lot of homes. And I would appreciate that somebody, that Ed and Craig and so on, take another look and see if there's some way that we can enforce some kind of a cleanup before the pile becomes 20 foot high and a half mile long on the back stretch of someplace. So anyway, thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ed, for helping.
Thank you, Lee. Madam Clerk, is there anybody on the line?
We have no callers, Chair.
No callers. Is there anybody else wishing to make general public comment? All right. Seeing none, I will close the general public comment portion of this meeting. And we will go into our consent agenda. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. These are either renewal contracts, amendments, or items that have been previously come before the Board. Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. Board? Any other? When we get to the, yeah. Is there anyone with the general public that would wish to pull anything? And nobody online?
No callers, Chair.
Very good. Then I would entertain a motion. Supervisor Bullock?
I'll make well, first I'm going to recuse myself from item 1, that's 0566. I have a real property interest with Bright Futures for Youth, and I'm going to recuse myself from that item. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent without that.
Okay, motion Supervisor Bullock. Second, Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk, roll call and explain where we are.
Yes, we're taking a roll call on all items. Number 1, Supervisor Bullock has recused himself from.
Very good.
So we'll start District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
District 2, yes. Thank you. All right. I believe our next item is, Joanne, you want to come up? I'm going to introduce this as soon as I get myself squared away here. This agenda item is a resolution proclaiming April 30th, 2023 as Therapy Animal Day in Nevada County. And I'm going to be introducing Joanne Remillard. And just a quick bio. You need time, Joanne?
They're coming in, Ed.
Yeah, okay.
My contingency.
There they are. All right, well, again, a quick bio. Joanne is a 35-year resident in Nevada County, with her husband, Dave, has raised 3 children here in Nevada County. She is a retired founder of electronic eScript loyalty marketing company that has generated $450 million for schools and nonprofit organizations across the country, and is one of those participants in one of those nonprofits. Thank you so much for that, Joanne. And animal therapy has worked as a certified and registered therapy animal handler for over 5 years. Currently, the therapy animal team leader and advocate with Pet Partners, the National Therapy Animal Organization. And she has secured formal board approval for therapy animal visits at Pleasant Ridge Unified School, and launched a weekly reading program called Reading to Jack for all students, and introduced programs for therapy animal interaction for students with special needs, and continues to advocate for and expand therapy animal programs in Nevada County. Joanne, take it over.
Thank you, Supervisor Schofield, for the introduction and for your unanimous voting on this proclamation. Well, it appears that your meeting has literally gone to the dogs, but in a good way. Thank you for allowing us to be part of your meeting today to support the proclamation that is designating April 30th as National Therapy Animal Day here in Nevada County, as we join communities across the nation that are doing the same. Interacting with a therapy animal can be life-changing in the best way. My introduction into therapy animal work began some years back while attending the funeral of fallen Placer County Sheriff's Deputy Michael Davis. It was there I witnessed firsthand the important work of therapy dogs. I am not unique among therapy animal teams. They all can share wonderful stories of the impact of their volunteer time. as can the personnel at the locations that they visit. For now, I humbly represent the therapy animal teams in Nevada County in bringing forward this proposed proclamation. By definition, a therapy animal possesses the necessary skills and temperament to facilitate therapy under the direction of a healthcare, education, or human service professional. Therapy animals partner and are owned by their volunteer handlers, not by the organizations that they serve. Nevada County currently boasts some 20 working therapy animal teams. These teams have gone through and maintain extensive training and periodic testing, as well as medical and vet checks, all to maintain their professional certification for their all-important job. The visits by these teams are making a very positive difference to residents of all ages in Nevada County at locations such as hospitals, schools, libraries, our courts, senior living homes, youth foster homes, disaster centers, and more. I would now like to introduce just a couple of the many very impressive teams serving in Nevada County. To my left, Vicki Streeter and Indy. Indy and Vicki have been a certified therapy team for nearly 2 years. Vicki and Indy volunteer at vaccination clinics, group foster homes, Nevada County Family Court, and working with severely emotionally and physically disabled youth, among other places. To demonstrate how powerful this canine therapy connection can be, the Nevada County DA's office has specifically requested therapy dog presence in the courtroom on a number of occasions to support children called to court to testify. Indy and Vicki have very nicely fit the bill for this request. Joan, Miriam, and Joey sitting behind me. Joan has been working as a therapy dog team with 2 of her dogs. First was Casey, for which the union's editorial section, Casey's Corner, is named. She currently volunteers with her dog Joey and can be found visiting retirement homes, senior daycare centers, hospitals, and is very involved in the Nevada County Pause to Read program at both Nevada City and Penn Valley libraries. I also believe we could have a number of therapy dog handlers in the audience today, and I would like them to stand and be recognized. Finally, we have prepared a short video presentation to share some of the faces, or should I say muzzles, of Nevada County therapy animals. Sit back and enjoy your own therapy for the day. Thank you again for your time and for all you do serving our communities.
That's great. It's one of the better parts of being a supervisor is when we get presentations like this. And I can think of times when we could have used one of those.
Oh, yeah. I've got two here right now. Thank you. We're finished.
Yeah. Some comments, Sue? I'm going to start with you.
Well, who doesn't love? I mean, I don't know what, they're just, the pets are those things that you come and they love you no matter what, right? They're just such an integral part of a lot of lives. And a lot of people can't have them. So what you're doing is really beneficial. I've seen you at my sister used to take her dog in there while we were there too, and how much everybody really enjoyed that. And I watch little kids. So I appreciate what you do in the community. I think it's so important. Yeah, so thank you so much. This was a great presentation. And I got my dog card.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Lisa?
Yes, thank you so much for the work that you're doing. Dogs just make you smile. And sometimes when you're in a stressful situation and you walk into it and there's a dog there, it really changes the whole mood of the room. So thanks for all that you do. I really appreciate it. Joan, I love reading your column in the Union, so keep up the good work with that. But yes, thank you for the work that you're doing. I saw you had a little mini poodle in one of those shots, which is what my dog is. And I'm thinking, oh, he might be able to be a therapy dog. I'll be in touch. Thank you.
Heidi?
Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, it's so great to see those dogs come down the aisle. They're panting and wagging their tails. Yeah, I mean, I've had a dog. I had a dog since I had my kids, so 30 years of dogs in my household, and huge fan. And they can change the mood, and they know when you need love. And I could just see even the pictures and I can see it with my own dog when little kids encounter a friendly pooch or folks who are older and isolated. They get just such a kick out of the love of a pet. So it's really great to know that there's so many of you out there. Thank you for the work you do.
Marty.
Thank you. Yeah, it was your video was heartwarming, and was it 22 teams or 20, and that's like a handler and a pet.
Over 20.
Over 20. That's pretty impressive. And I think, yeah, it's just heartwarming, and it kind of reduces everybody's stress level. And I would just welcome it in any location. I've seen it in airports where the hustle and bustle and people are cranking by each other, and then everybody stops to convene where the therapy animals are. And it kind of unifies everybody, right? It doesn't matter what your background is or your walk of life or where you're from or what you believe in. It's just all about like having that pet be part of it. So yeah, thanks again for doing that. And I know it's a commitment because when you're needed, and you go out there and do it. So thank you for your service.
And Joanne, it's not just dogs, am I correct?
You're correct. There's a national organization, Pet Partners, and they will qualify and certify a number of animals. Horses, rabbits have been used, cats have been used. So there's a wide variety of animals that can provide therapy.
Yeah. And we have 2 cats in our house. They're therapy cats. They're wonderful when they choose to recognize us. Is there any public comment? Anybody else that would like to get up and say something? Please do.
Good morning. My name is Nancy August. I'm the retired business manager at Pleasant Ridge School District. I was instrumental in getting Jack into the second grade classrooms at Alta Sierra School, and was actually present for many of her sessions. He basically worked with the students in their reading program, and what the teacher saw was less anxiety and more confidence when it came to reading aloud because they were reading directly to Jack. But what was even more dramatic was when Jack was introduced to the special needs program. The teachers were just overwhelmed with the effect that he had on the students. Their overall well-being was noted as being less anxious. Here again, in reading, more confidence. He instilled patience in them when they were working with Jack. Noticeable calming effect on behavior. It was a very successful program, and Pleasant Ridge always loved it when Jack was there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Was Jack in the film?
Yes.
Jack was the black lab.
Oh, the black lab.
Because he's the
Yeah.
only black lab in there.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Any other? Yes.
My name's Denise Mazzetti. My dog Cayenne, hi Ed. My dog Cayenne was at Crystal Ridge for 5 years, every Friday for 2 to 3 hours. But what I would like to say is that your display of gratitude for organizations like this goes a long way towards healing the community and for recognizing all the things that people do. So I would like to thank you for recognizing therapy dogs.
Well, thank you. Thank Joanne, though. She's the one that really went after it.
Good morning. My name is Jackie Brown, and I would like to share with you an excerpt from a letter sent by Deputy District Attorney, try to say that 3 times really fast, Ms. Hill, regarding therapy animals in our Nevada County courtrooms. And I quote, "As prosecutor specializing in sexual assault cases, I have routinely called upon the assistance of dog handlers of the community to provide support to our youngest witnesses who are justifiably intimidated by having to speak in front of strangers. One dog I am always excited to encounter, of course, is Vicky Streeter's Indy. He is a beautiful, gentle, sweet blockhead. And he does ease the nerves of children testifying in court. Simply having the soothing presence of a dog resting by a child's ankles can make courtroom testimony experience so much more bearable and less of a daunting endeavor. On behalf of Nevada County District Attorney's Office, I'm happy to hear that the Board of Supervisors is going to proclaim April 30th National Therapy Animal Day for all these amazing creatures who do make the lives of us humans less challenging. We appreciate them and their wonderful handlers. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Madam Clerk, anyone online?
There's no callers, Chair.
Very good. Then what I'd like to do is read the resolution and then call for a vote from the board. And then what I'd like to do is do a photo op with our special guest and anybody else that would like to participate down here. Okay? All right. This is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Nevada, resolution proclaiming April 30th, 2023, Therapy Animal Day in Nevada County. Whereas there are thousands of therapy animal teams serving in communities across the United States, and whereas April 30th has been declared National Therapy Animal Day, and whereas volunteer therapy animal teams in Nevada County play an essential role in improving human health and well-being through the human-animal bond, and whereas therapy animals teams make millions of visits per year in settings such as schools, courts, libraries, retirement homes, hospitals, convalescent homes, hospice locations, and natural disasters. And whereas therapy animal teams serve a variety of people in our community, including students, veterans, seniors, patients, individuals facing literacy challenges, families and children navigating our court system, those affected by natural disaster, and those approaching end of life. And whereas these exceptional therapy animals who partner with their human companions bring comfort and healing to those in need. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that the County of Nevada's Board of Supervisors proclaim April 30th, 2023 as Therapy Animal Day in Nevada County, and I will call for a motion.
So moved.
Motion,
Second.
Supervisor Hook. Second, Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk.
District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Well, have their moment.
Oh, God. Okay. The caramel colored one. Right, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, so you can't tell for sure. Thank you again so very much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. I know. It's at least a good way to start the day anyway.
Well, this is kind of a special day today. We have some great presentations, and this next one is where are we? This is a certificate of recognition for Team Rubicon volunteers for their heroic efforts in assisting with the response and recovery of declared snowstorm emergencies issued on February 28th, 2023. And I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Bullock.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have Matthew and Brendan here with Team Rubicon, and Team Rubicon is a volunteer-based organization affectionately known as the Gray Shirts, but it started as a veteran organization serving domestically, but now it's out including international missions of all sorts. And then also these impromptu volunteers that are kind of organically drawn into the process when you hit a local emergency on the ground. And I first met Matthew and your team in the hallway with Caleb during our big snowstorm. And it was one of those pieces where the power, we had 17 or 18,000 people out of power and people are stuck. And then you drive in from out of town and somehow make it here, despite all those things, to come here and serve our community. And I'm just going to turn it over to you to tell some of the stories about your heroic actions and your contributions to our community, and just a little bit about what you do. I think you're going to be able to articulate that much better. And you know, we're really here to recognize you and say thank you for coming here and serving both the regional community, but specifically Nevada County and our people here in times of need.
Thank you so much for inviting us today. We did have team members come from as far away as Los Angeles and Oregon to come up here and help your community, which is always I'm always impressed by our volunteers. I'll read you a bit of an email that I sent out to our volunteers, and it kind of just details the things that happen there. Our Team Rubicon Gray Shirts help make a difference with snow shoveling, tree clearing, and debris removal at 12 properties, including an elder widow's home whose quickly emptying propane tank and firewood have been buried by snow plows and have multiple trees down around her home. Another property owned by a nonprofit that housed 12 transitional victims of domestic violence whose egress had been blocked by a pine tree that was 100 feet tall and 4 feet in diameter. We were able to get that cut out, and they had been in there for about a week having food delivered across the pine tree. So it was pretty awesome to be able to get them out. Additionally, the Gray Shirts of Operation Snowfall hosted Congressman Kevin Riley, who had the opportunity to see Team Rubicon in action and left with the promise of spreading word of our amazing volunteers. Throughout the operation, we also deployed 12 spontaneous volunteers, and that's a huge props to your community that these folks just heard that we were up here. They are your residents up here and just said, we want to help too. And so we give them white shirts that say Team Rubicon Volunteer, and we send them out with our crews. They were absolutely amazing. Several of them, after working with our Gray Shirts in the field, expressed interest in signing up to be a Gray Shirt, one of whom returned the following day and was already a Team Rubicon Gray Shirt. He'd already gone through the process, so that's pretty amazing. Throughout the operation, I received multiple calls, emails, and texts from homeowners that our Gray Shirts helped, praising their strike teams, and it's always great when they identify as their strike teams. They say, you know, my strike team came, and that's great to see them accept them like that. Praising their strike teams for their work ethic, compassion, and willingness to listen. Those teams were a shining example of Team Rubicon's core values. And finally, we partnered with Nevada County OES, Nevada County United Way, Nevada County 211, the City of Nevada City, VFW Post 2655, who actually hosted us. We were staying down in their kind of lower basement area, and Planet Fitness, who opened up their doors so that we could go take showers in the evening. So coming into an area like this, absolutely amazing to see just arms open wide and having people like Caleb Durick, I believe is his last name, who just, whatever we need, we'll get it for you. And Caleb really did that for us, and we very much appreciate that.
Well, we sure appreciate it and have needed the help. And we were talking earlier with Brandon as well on how, you know, it's a once in 100-year event that we have this big snowmageddon, and then 12 months later we have another one, and we have PSPS and wildfires and smoke. And anyway, your services are in great need in our region, and we can't thank you enough. And I know that you probably during times of need have your own community and your own family and your own circle of support that you need to contribute to, right? So we appreciate you stepping away from that and coming to our community. And I was hoping, Brandon, you could share a couple. We talked early on about kind of what's unique about Nevada County when you come here to serve. It was really touching to me, and I'd like to share that.
My name is Brandon. I'm the Northern California Operations Associate. So my area of responsibility is from Tulare County all the way up to the Oregon border. This year in California, we launched 7 major operations, had over 450 Gray Shirts flying throughout the whole entire country. One thing with dealing with different counties during emergencies is what sets you guys apart is the care that you guys have for your community. Everybody's like engaged, everybody's there, they want to help out. There's no ego between anybody. And it's like, what's the best way to help the community? And you guys, hey, who can help us? Let's get them in here. And that's what you guys did. And that's what separates you guys a lot. And what also separates is the people in the community that want to help out. So if we can use our organization as an avenue, that's what we like to do, because that's part of being a resilient. So Nevada City is a pretty resilient county. Or Nevada County is a pretty resilient. So it's been an ultimate experience being up here. Oh, yeah, and we're coming back in probably late June, early July for a fuel mitigation project.
No kidding. That's great. We certainly thank you for your service. I just have to mention, I have a very close friend in Salem, Oregon. He lives Team Rubicon. His name is Bill Blair. I don't know if you would. Hey, you know Bill? He's my guy. I'll tell you what. He comes out of the fair industry like I do, and in fact, he was an intern here at the Nevada County Fair when he first started in that business. But I know he goes all over the country. Usually has a chainsaw with him, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Yeah, now he's providing excellent leadership to our gray shirts out on the field so we can carry on with their mission. Sometimes we need a little bit of guidance, and he was actually the correct professional to do that.
How cool. How cool. I'll let him know. I just want to thank you guys so very much for the work you've done for us. Heidi, you want to?
Yeah, thank you so much. I hadn't heard of your group until you came up this time. And so it's wonderful to learn about you. And I'm going to guess we're going to call on you again because we tend to have these kinds of disasters. And I am not surprised to hear that we have local folks who've already volunteered to join your organization. And I'm going to guess that's going to grow as well. The last snowmageddon, I think, hit Ed's district really hard. This one hit my district very hard. And I was fielding calls all day long, really, from folks who were stuck or who knew their neighbors were stuck or couldn't get to their neighbors to find out if they needed help. I mean, I didn't sleep well for nights worrying about who was out there that we hadn't reached yet or who else, our crew was working 24/7 and how could we get to some of those isolated folks who would need a whole group of people. And so you were just absolutely critical to helping our folks get out and get the help they needed, and very, very touched, very pleased, very grateful that you all were willing to come up here and do that. And I'm sure we'll see you again. Thank you so much.
Lisa?
Yes, thank you so much for all the work and for acknowledging the resiliency of our county. We all think we're very special, obviously. We serve the community, but to get that acknowledgement from somebody, especially where you travel up and down the state and work with a lot of other communities, is really heartening for us to know that the work that we're doing in conjunction with the work that you're doing is really important. So thank you. I look forward to seeing you up here. I know you were up here 2 summers ago on the Ponderosa fire break, I believe. Anyway, it was before I sat up here, but
we were also here last year during the snow season and did a lot of work up in like Washington up in there too.
Well, we appreciate all that you're doing, so keep up the good work.
I know sometimes I just want to say, wow, it's so amazing that you have folks. I think about our community all the time, and then to have somebody that just is so selfless to come from your homes and just different places. And again, a veteran-led organization, people that have already given so much to their country and then follow through with an operation like this. It's just so it just deeply affects how I feel. So I can't thank you enough. And, when you talked about going into that home with the big, huge 4-foot tree, I know what a job that is to cut out of there. And that is just so appreciated. I come from a logging background, and I could tell you, I know how much work it is to take a big old tree like that out and clean all the stuff. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and for our constituents here from Nevada County. It was just moving. I've always heard about Team Rubicon a little bit, but I hadn't really looked into you think Rubicon, you think the big four-wheeler stuff going on, right? That's kind of where you let your mind go. And then we get to watch you in action. That is a whole new mission. And just really, really thank you so much.
Is there any public comment that anyone would like to come up and make a statement here? Okay. Anyone online?
There's no callers, Chair.
No callers today? Well, then what we're going to do, I'm going to have Hardy read the certificate of recognition. And then we'll call for the vote, and then we'll do a photo op with you guys if you don't mind.
And Chair Schofield, I'd like to mention one more thing. Nevada County's here for you as well. And so in these downtime periods where there is no emergency, we're not working in some dire strait with the time crunch, but please reach out to our senior staff and Allison to understand where we can put you up when you're here the next time, or how we can help you accomplish your fuel break work coming in the summer, and how we can be the proper hosts and show you how we care about you from Nevada County. So please keep that in mind when you have time. And with that, I'll read the certificate of recognition. Team Rubicon, the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing and thanking Team Rubicon volunteers for Operation Snowfall, which ran from March 13th through the 17th, 2023. Team Rubicon mobilized volunteers called Gray Shirts who assisted County of Nevada residents hit hardest by the storm emergency that struck Nevada County on February 28, 2023. On March 7, 2023, Nevada County declared a local emergency due to the February 2023 winter storms. Heavy snow and rain caused trees to fall on many residences and buildings to collapse under the weight of the snow. Nevada County experienced nearly $5 million in losses to commercial structures and approximately $21 million in self-reported residential losses for 824 community members. Over 17,500 residents lost power during the storm, and thousands of telecommunication customers were left without service. Over the course of 3 working days of Operation Snowfall, Team Rubicon volunteers helped make a difference with snow shoveling, tree clearing, and debris removal at 12 properties. This work included assisting an 88-year-old widow whose home was split in half by a massive oak tree. Volunteers cleared that tree and several other trees blocking access to her property. At the site of a transitional home housing victims of domestic violence, volunteers cleared an egress route blocked by a pine tree that was over 100 feet tall and 4 feet in diameter. At the home of a widow living alone, volunteers cleared a path to her woodpile, dug out her propane tank, and removed trees that had fallen around her home. At numerous sites, Team Rubicon Gray Shirts helped load and stack firewood and shoveled walkways for community residents. Throughout their deployment, Team Rubicon worked with community leaders, including Congressman Kevin Kiley, to respond to the devastation brought on by the storm. Throughout Operation Snowfall, Team Rubicon was joined by a dozen spontaneous volunteers from Nevada City, Grass Valley area, while also participating with the County of Nevada Office of Emergency Services, United Way of Nevada County Connecting Points 211, and the City of Nevada City, and the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 2655. Therefore, the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing and thanking Team Rubicon, volunteers who took part in Operation Snowfall, assisting residents during the February 2023 snowstorm emergency.
All right, and with that, I will call for a motion. Supervisor Bullock?
I would move to approve the certificate of recognition for Team Rubicon.
I'll second.
Second, Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
You can do a voice vote if you'd like, Chair.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Let's do a photo op down front, guys. And the guy said if there was anyone that wished to donate to this, their cause, it's Team Rubicon USA. Is that correct? .org? Okay. Thank you again, guys. And you can be volunteers too. Wonderful. All right, we are going to take a quick break. We're doing pretty well. About 5 minutes. Is that enough? Okay. So we'll call the regular Board of Supervisors meeting of April 25th, 2023 back to order. And our next agenda item is a resolution designating the Rome Powerhouse located at 19700 Purdon Road, Nevada City, California, as Nevada County Historical Landmark, NEV 23-01. What's that mean? NEV.
Nevada.
Oh, Nevada. Very good. Jeffrey, I'm going to let you introduce this item.
All right, pleasure. Thank you so much, Chair Schofield, honorable members of the board. My name is Jeff Thorsby. I'm your senior management analyst, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Nevada County Historical Landmarks Commission for a number of years, and I'm really pleased to do so. And so today, providing an introduction to this item. And as you mentioned, this is a recommendation from your commission to designate the Rome Powerhouse as a historical landmark. And just for clarification, NEV does stand for Nevada, and then the 23 stands for the year, and then the -01 means it's the first designation this year, and then we go through that linearly. So that's how we decide on those designation numbers, just for awareness and for the public's awareness. Before I introduce, I just want to highlight, again, on March 17th, the commission voted unanimously to recommend the Rome Powerhouse as a historical landmark for your consideration. And I'm not the expert, and we do have the experts here today. So what I'd like to do is introduce Bruce Boyd, who's a member of the commission, and then also Dale Johnson, who worked extensively on this. And one quick caveat is to note that in the staff report, we did make a slight mistake, which was planning for the Rome Powerhouse actually began in 1892, not 1852. But I think Dale Johnson could answer to that, and he raised it to our attention, so we appreciate that. So, Bruce and Dale, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. We're really pleased to be here.
Stick that microphone right in front of you there,
Okay.
Bruce. There you
Yes.
go.
I'm Bruce Boyd. I'm a member of the Landmark Commission. We've been very busy over the last couple of years, and one of the pleasures for me, anyways, was to get to know Dale Johnson and to take on the work of landmarking this very important part of Nevada County. The Rome Powerhouse has played a huge part in the development of Northern California completely. And was kind of surprising for me that it had not been landmarked since this time. Michael Funk, the owner of the property, could not be here today. He was incredibly supportive of our work to put together the historic documentation for this thing. I would like to, Dale Johnson, who has studied this and provided a lot of the historic background for the Rome Powerhouse, is here, and he would like to say a few words if he could. I think I'm also here to answer any questions you have about the powerhouse, if you have something, your curiosity. This piece is we're not designating with a plaque. It's down on the river. It's subject to vandalism, and what's left is pretty impressive. If you float down the river, you might see it. But we're leaving it sort of vaguely between Highway 49 and Purdon Crossing. It is near where the Excelsior Ditch leaves, and that's another historic artifact of the gold rush, and we're hoping to work on getting a designation for that too. So with that, here's Dale Johnson.
Yeah, hello. My name is Alden Dale Johnson. I have to start in Marysville. I'm just going to tell you how this project, this place, has been such a part of my life. I worked for PG&E in Marysville, and my whole career was with PG&E. So when I was in Marysville, I was the superintendent of the Colgate operating division. Now, Colgate there is a big deal. It was the world's largest powerhouse back in its day and became world famous. So while I was there, I learned all this stuff about that plant and another plant down by Brownsville called Yuba. 10 years later, 15 years later, I'm living in Nevada City, having just retired here. I had never, ever heard of the Rome Powerhouse. Never heard of it. But that's where all this started, that it eventually created PG&E. And so I came here and discovered this friend. And that came about because of a relationship with the South Yuba River State Park docents program, which I volunteered for. Later on, I met a man named Mike Nevius, a local who's done all kinds of great projects for the county. So I started doing field trips for the land trust. Mike talked me into convincing the property owner, let us do a dig at the powerhouse site. There's something buried there. So we did a dig. He did the dig. I watched him. But he found a nozzle from the powerhouse, a piece of a Pelton wheel, and we already had one other piece of a Pelton wheel. Later on, finally, it gelled, and we made an exhibit out of that, which is now located at the Miners Foundry. So you don't have to go to the river to see it. You can actually go to the Miners Foundry and see it, and almost touch it. And so the other significant thing in the friend route, I had written an article that was published on the internet about this story, and someone from Sharon, Connecticut contacted me. And lo and behold, he was studying the same people. He was studying the Mr. Colgate. In fact, he lived in the town where Colgate lived in his mansion, or built his mansion back in the day. So we became great friends. He's traveled back and forth. I've taken him to all of these places we're talking about. And so it's been a great friendship situation for me. So I would just like to acknowledge the value to me personally that this place, special place, has appropriate designation. And there's a miniature version of it in the Miners Foundry Hall. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dale. That's wonderful. And thank you, Bruce, for the work of the commission. And I'm just always impressed with what we get with these. I mean, it's almost like a history lesson of Nevada County when we get them, complete with the pictures, and it's just so nicely done. So thank you so very much. And this is kind of unique in that normally you would have a plaque and you would have a dedication. So there won't be any formal recognition. Is that true, Bruce?
This is the formal recognition.
This is it.
And which we appreciate greatly. There's really no way to have some kind of a dedication down there. It's difficult to get to, and it's just not possible.
And I'd like to comment too how much it's appreciated when we have private property owners that are receptive to this. In this case, Mr. Funk. Yes. I think it's an obligation once this becomes a historical fact, and it's greatly appreciated because I'm not sure everybody is so receptive to it.
We've had good luck.
Yeah,
that's what I can say. But I've only been on the commission for a brief time. Michael Funk is a real true steward of the South Yuba River, and it's all the remnants left from the mining days. And so I think it's in good hands.
Yeah. And I think the commission is so well respected and so well known too that makes a huge difference too. So thank you. Heidi, you want to start this?
Yeah, thank you. This is fascinating. And maybe one of you wants to just take a few minutes and talk about what the Rome Powerhouse actually was. It looks like a hydroelectric dam, a hydroelectric system. So can you just take a few minutes to tell folks who might be listening in what this actually did?
in the late 1892 through 1896, a group of men who were involved in the mining industry recognized the need for and the kind of the discovery of this new power source, electricity. Previously, actually the miners' foundry and other industrial buildings were run off of water through belts, and the idea that an electric motor could run machines was very exciting to a lot of people in that era. The Rome Powerhouse was conceived as a place that could provide electricity to Nevada City. And it took a tremendous amount of work to get the equipment down to this site. It's about 1,000-foot drop from off of Purdon Road to this location. I think there's a few photos of them hauling the penstocks down the hill to this site. There was also a need to provide water with a high head to turn the Pelton wheels to produce the electricity. And all that work was done over a period of 3 or 4 years. And then they turned it on. And there was the first line came to Nevada City. There's still, I think it's on Factory Street, the actual substation. It's a stone building there that's now a residence. But that was where they first turned on the lights for Nevada City, and it quickly spread throughout the county, actually. From there, those two of the partners that put together the Rome Powerhouse were instrumental in gathering up lots of little power districts throughout Northern California and created Pacific Gas and Electric. And the rest is history, really. We're here probably because of PG&E in a lot of ways.
That is so, yeah, that is so great. Thank you for highlighting that. And how exciting for Nevada City to have gotten that electricity right there from our own water source. Would be nice to use this history to, get PG&E to, make us special and put us first. But I guess that's really fascinating history. Thank you for doing this.
Could I interject one other little comment?
Please.
The reason the powerhouse was built was to provide power to the hard rock mines. Half of those mines at that time had been shut down because they didn't have enough fuel to operate. They were burning wood. All the trees on the hillsides were gone. So they did a business plan and discovered they could bring these mines back to life with electricity.
Fascinating. Thank you. Somebody needs to collect all these stories.
Well, and as part of the history that you presented was also discussion on the canals that were created too, and that's another story in itself. Artie? Oh, I wanted to ask, I assume it's in your district?
That's a good question. It's probably in between both of ours.
Pretty close.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for memorializing and Dale telling your story. It's so important to get these things documented while people that know about them and also care about them can memorialize that and bring them forward as part of the Historic Landmarks Commission and their work. So thank you for taking the time to do that. I did read the quote in there when it talked about, the paper quote when it talked about the electricity finally making it to Nevada City, which was fascinating to me. And the piece, I also kind of reflected on is that PG&E has had such an imprint on our community from so many different perspectives, right? With their hydroelectric division, power, and we have, the PG&E of today is embroiled in controversy based on a number of different things, but the PG&E of the past is really a huge infrastructure element for our whole community. So I just want to make note, similar to Supervisor Hall, that we are, for better or for worse, inextricably tied to Pacific Gas and Electric and their presence here from a long, long time ago. And thank you for your service to our community, also working for PG&E. But Yeah, it's great. It's great to see these things. I've been to that location and seen the remnants of, I guess it was the dam or the footing structure, and it's pretty cool. It's a huge part of our community, and thank you for recognizing it.
Well, yeah, this is always fun. I mean, the history here in Nevada County is so rich. And I guess I always look back at the folks that came here, like I think Martin and DeSalba, when they came here and got this all started way back when. But way back to the Pelton wheel that was, I mean, it got invented in Camptonville, California, right? And then all these things kind of scaled down. I always wonder what it was like to see when that first light came on. I think that must have been just incredible to I don't know, just live that feeling. You know, we all take it for granted in some ways now, in some way, or actually complain because we don't get enough, right? So could you just imagine what that day was like? So anyway, I just am thrilled you're doing this. I think it just marks some more history and just the things that came out of Nevada County. And we're still doing those kinds of amazing things here. I can think that's what's fun for me is working in this county is the ingenuity that goes along with and the open-mindedness and the creativity. And this just shows way back when. It's in our history, right? So thank you for doing this. Thank you for bringing it up. I appreciate all the things and the work you do because it takes a lot of research. And I'm intrigued and fun that you find somebody clean on the East Coast that has the same interests, and now you become good friends over this. So anyway, this was really interesting. So thank you so much. What a great presentation, and just really appreciate it.
So I don't have a lot to add. I would echo the sentiments of all my colleagues up here. I just would say thank you for your service. I really understand and appreciate the importance of having historical landmarks acknowledged in our county. It goes back to what a great place this is and a special community. And I'm really pleased to hear that you've had good luck with private property owners in helping to save some of these things in our community. So thanks for the hard work, and hopefully we'll be back here again with maybe item number 2 or 3 for 2023. Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
And no callers, Chair.
None, okay. Then I will close the public comment portion, and I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hall.
Second.
Second Supervisor Hook. Madam Clerk?
District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. All right. With that, thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Dale. Greatly appreciate your appreciation. Kind of wish there was a little bit more we could do for you, but we appreciate we're not going to get down on the river there. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see. This next one is kind of a special agenda item too. This is a approval of authorization for the chair of the Board of Supervisors to sign and submit the attached letter of support for SB 783 to create a veteran suicide prevention training pilot in Nevada County. This is the type of thing that we might often put on the consent agenda, but this is kind of a very, very special request regarding a pilot program that is only Los Angeles County and Nevada County, and it's mainly because of one person, and that person is David West, and I'm happy to turn it over to you, David.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair of the Board, ladies and gentlemen of the Board. David West, Nevada County Veteran Services Officer, and I'm here this morning to ask for your support in California Senate Bill 783. California Senate Bill 783 is going to be providing $100,000 for Nevada County, along with Los Angeles County, to hire a single subject matter expert to develop a suicide prevention and intervention training pilot program is going to be implemented by CalVet for all county veteran services officers in the state. Currently, the population of veterans makes up just over 1% of the population in California. However, on any given year, we make up between 15 to 20% of the total suicides within the state, which means we need a special approach to handling these veterans that, for any different reason, are deciding to commit suicide. So what this program is going to allow us to do is develop a program that once it's passed and we've developed this, it's no longer going to have to be retrofitted to fit a small county like Nevada County. Our needs are unique up here, and what this bill is going to allow us to do is make sure that this is, we're sitting at the table at the beginning. So thank you.
Thank you, David. You know, this is, I think I'm going to call on Commander Hook. Commodore? Commander.
No, thank you, David. Again, stepping out in that direction for our veterans. This is so important. And the fact that this has moved to this level with this bill, getting it passed will be huge for our community. And I just can't say enough about you and your team. You guys are doing a lot for our veterans here in this community. And I hope if any of them out there listening and they haven't been there, they come in and meet you and see what is available for them and the help that you're doing. I talked to somebody here a while back and they were feeling kind of lost, not to this stage, but that they had gone into your office and it was like a new beginning for them. You found them services, you found them they weren't even signed up for their medical side of this. So the compassion that you have and the how you put yourself into this job we're so grateful for you and your team. Like I said, it takes a whole team. Rachel Pena from Social Service. I mean, I just love how you do those wraparound services. There's so much to this. This is important legislation that needs to get passed. I'm proud that we're going to we're going to vote to sign this. I believe we will. This is important legislature. So thank you, David.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lisa?
I couldn't agree more. I personally want to thank you for the work that you do with our veterans in our community. Many of them live in my district, and just the services that you provide, and especially with working with our homeless veteran population here, I look at this as an extension of that work. This is one more tool in the chest for your group to be able to help people. So I'm very appreciative of this, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I cannot think of a better use of our country's resources than to help the folks who've put their lives on the line for us and make sure they get all the assistance they need when they're out of the service. Thank you so much for putting them first, for staying on top of legislation like this. That statistic that you quoted is really key. It's important. I appreciate that you're paying attention to all of that. That is a much higher incidence of suicide than we should be seeing, and we should do whatever we can to help those vets get whatever they need. I also want to express my personal appreciation to the way you've elevated this office and really are out there advocating in a big way for our veterans. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, David. You and I have talked a lot about this topic in the Truckee sense when you came up, and I just want to thank you and your staff for making the effort to travel to East County and be a part of that community. And we know that there's been some challenges up there serving in the past, and you've taken, your office has taken the service to the next level where we are getting commensurate service for the people that need it. And I think it's already been said, but just a true appreciation for working in the legislative world to bring that Senate bill forward and get it adopted. One is too many, and I think if we can do anything to prevent it, we'll kind of go to any lengths to do that. So thank you for your time and effort, and certainly keep us in the loop on what we can do to help support you, and whether that's outreach, communications, public events, anything and everything.
Yes,
So
sir.
thank you again, David.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you, David. And how is it that you were able to secure this pilot program with a county like Los Angeles in Nevada?
The Nevada County belongs to the California Association of County Veteran Services Officers. And during February, we have our winter conference. And there we had an opportunity to go speak with our elected officials. And I made appointments with everybody that was on the California Senate Military and Veterans Board to highlight the efforts we're doing, whether it be learning to play guitar, Team River Runner, our Prop 69 money that we use for mental health. We also offer gun safety locks in our lobby, any veteran, anytime, no questions asked. So they're highlighting some of this, and this bill was already, and they were looking for a small to medium county to join in. And we were asked that day at Senator Archuleta's office, and I said yes, and here we are today. So thank you.
That's wonderful, David. You got to be there to get those opportunities. Yeah. Is there any public comments on this?
There's no callers,
No
Chair.
callers? With that, I'll close the public comment, and I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Motion Supervisor Hall, seconded Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk?
District
What'd
4.
I say? I said Hall. Motion Supervisor Hook. I'm sorry.
Thank you. District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Thank you, David, and good luck with it.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, now we come to the Tina Vernon portion of the agenda. And this item is an ordinance amending Article 8 of Chapter 5 of the General Code of the County of Nevada regarding the cannabis business tax. Tina? Yes, she does.
Sorry, it's been too long since I've actually done this presentation to you guys. So I want to welcome you here today. This is an ordinance for a proposed amendment to the Cannabis Business Tax Ordinance 2456. In your packets, you do have both the proposed amended ordinance and a red line version, and we'll be going through the changes that we are proposing here today throughout this presentation. Got a frog in my throat. So as you're aware, the Cannabis Business Tax Measure, Measure G, was passed by voters in November of 2018 by over 70% yes vote. This measure set forth a general tax with maximum rates. It set an initial tax rate of 2.5% on gross receipts with set minimums for each year. It allowed for CPI adjustments after July 1st of 2021. It allowed the board flexibility in determining methodology on how taxes are calculated and by what method. It gave my office the tools needed to successfully collect the tax, including the revocation of a permit if there was non-payment. It provided for penalties and interest for unpaid or delinquent taxes, and it provided for the exemption from tax for anyone cultivating for personal use or compassion care use. Since July of 2019, we have been collecting taxes based on gross receipts, and the current rate is 2.54%. We require each business to register with my office on an annual basis and to remit quarterly for all sales for the previous quarter. At the end of each fiscal year, we calculate the amount of taxes that each business has remitted, and if that amount is less than the set minimum set forth in the ordinance, we actually send them an invoice for a true-up. This last year, these set minimums were reduced by 50% to assist the industry during some challenging economic times. So since July 1 of 2019, we've collected over $1 million in cannabis business taxes. We've provided annual assistance to roughly 200 legal cannabis businesses. We've actively partnered with the Cannabis Alliance, providing trainings and maintaining open and ongoing communication to better serve the industry. And we've actively partnered with our State Association Cannabis Committee to collaborate on best practices and to keep abreast of what's happening across the industry in other counties. The amended ordinance before you today includes a few things. So There's updates to definitions, including new definitions to further clarify what is intended in the ordinance. It sets clarification on how set minimums will be collected when collecting either by gross receipts or gross weight, as there was a lot of confusion when we first implemented this ordinance on really what those meant. It includes the proposed change to methodology from a gross receipt methodology to a square footage, and it establishes a 2-tier structure, including outdoor mixed light 1 and indoor mixed light 2. It sets the initial proposed rates for each tier based on the current square footage and declared cycles of our current permit holders, and it allows for the collection of taxes in 2 installments versus the quarterly installments that we're collecting now. And if adopted today, it will become effective July 1, 2023. So how did we arrive at the proposed rates that are before you today? We first looked at the updated rates based on current registered businesses, so we're looking at what's real right now, taking into account their current square footage and the number of growth cycles to get the most accurate projections. And so we also looked at to not further shock the industry. We also had good discussions with the Alliance and determined the current market rates for cannabis right now and what, the pounds that they can get per 10,000 square foot grow, what the cost per pound is. We took all of those into account so that we could look at apples to apples. So currently we charge a 2.54% on gross receipts. We wanted to make sure not to shock the industry, so we wanted to look at proposed rates that were equal to that 2.54%. By going through all of those, we determined that the rate that would roughly equal what we're collecting now is a 16 cents per square foot per cycle for Tier 1 grows and a 32-cent square foot per cycle on Tier 2 grows. And that's also taking into account what we have right now. These 2-tier rate structures will compute to roughly $316,000 in cannabis business tax per year. This is similar, like I said, to collecting what we do now on the 2.54% gross receipts, in addition to the set minimums that we collect in addition to that every year. This revenue, however, does not include revenue from other business types. So as you remember, you passed an ordinance in January of this year allowing for other types of businesses to come on board. This includes retail, distribution, manufacturing, and micro businesses. These proposed rates do not take into account that revenue. And it also doesn't take into account revenue from increases in square footage. So also that ordinance brought forth the ability for people to have up to 40,000 square foot. Right now, it's currently 10,000. All of these proposed changes have been discussed with the Alliance and are in agreement, and I believe that there's a letter of support from the Alliance as well in regards to adopting these rates. So why the amendment? So first of all, we determined in collecting by gross receipts that it was a self-reporting type of a situation. It was post-harvest, it was post-sale. So it was really difficult for us to audit really what sales were happening. We don't have access to the metric system in full. And so for us to be able to determine truly what was the sales amount made out there and what was sitting on the shelves, it was difficult. So going to a square footage type methodology will allow us to send an invoice at the beginning of each fiscal year based on their square footage that they're growing and the number of cycles. So it's pre-harvest and pre-sale. It allows for not only more stable budgeting for the county itself, but also for the industry. They're going to know exactly what they're going to be paying every year. It reduces the volatility in the revenue that we're seeing every year. It'll help with the improvement on the collection of revenues, which, like I mentioned, puts that collection on pre-harvest versus post. And then the ordinance changes also help further define some of the definitions that really caused confusion over the last few years as we work through the bugs of creating this new industry. And it also, created new definitions because as we progress through, the lingo changes and there's new things that come about in technology and all of that. And it's also a more efficient collection process. So rather than being so hand-holding, being able to track down and see if the true revenue is what it should be, this is going to be more invoice-based. So it'll save staff time on my staff, as well as the industry knowing exactly that they're not going to have to provide all these details. They're just paying an invoice based on square footage. So with that, I would recommend adopting these changes, and if you're here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Tina. Lisa, I think I'll start with you on
Sure,
this.
thank you. I do have a couple questions, and thank you for doing this. I think the simplification component of it, both for your office and for the cannabis community, is really important. So I really appreciate the work that's gone into this. So you're sending people invoices pre any sort of grow or them being able to sell their product for that season. What if, is there any sort of an exemption? So say somebody, they're basically prepaying, but due to circumstances beyond their control, they don't have a viable grow that season. Is there any sort of exemption or rebate for people who might not be able to sell their product?
So yes, we will be invoicing in July, but they'll be due in 2 installments. And so the first installment we're thinking is going to be due around January 1st or January 15th, and the second will be in June 15th. So most often it's going to be after they're growing and selling. But in addition to that, if they're not growing the full square footage that is their permit technically is stating that they will have the ability to remit to us, whether it was damaged crop loss or whatever it may be that reduced that square footage. So there's absolutely an avenue for them to adjust those rates.
Good. And then also, there hasn't been decisions made about going forward with a dispensary, policy. But what I saw that there was a 10% tax on any retail sales. Did I read that correctly in your staff report? If for dispensary, I mean, we talked and we're moving forward, looking at dispensary and also direct sales, like a marketplace kind of a thing, or farmer's market kind of a model. So how would those taxes be collected?
So our current ordinance taxes them at the 2.54%. So they're going to be taxed on gross receipts. So all other business types are taxed on gross receipts, currently 2.54%.
2.5%, okay. And then if the board decided that they wanted to be, more consistent with what other partners in the community and cannabis are doing, would we have the ability to go back and say, on retail that this could actually be increased?
Yes, so when we first brought Measure G forward, we made sure that the ordinance was written to allow the flexibility in some cases, so we have up to amounts. So the board can, by ordinance change at any point in time, increase those rates or decrease them if need be.
Without having to go out for a vote again?
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
I don't really have any questions right now. This is good. I know we've been working on this for a while, and I appreciate the work that went into this. I appreciate the collaboration that went into this with the Cannabis Alliance. And I appreciate this because I have some really small growers in my district that this is really going to help them in the long run. I think it's going to be more accurate. And I think it's going to be a lot smoother in your office as well to make this all play out. So, yeah, I appreciate this. I think our code team does such a great job too. I mean, so as far as there being a problem, somebody brought that up. Well, how do you know that they say they didn't lose their first part of the crop, right? But we have inspections going out. I mean, the folks that are doing this right are really on top of things. So I feel like this is a move in the right direction. I just want to thank you again because I know we reached out to you this a while ago, and it takes a bit to put all the changes into place. So thanks, Tina, and you and all your team out there that works on this.
Marty?
Yeah, thank you. And I had the benefit, Chair Schofield and I have gone through the budget subcommittee and learning a little bit more about this kind of in greater detail. And I'm in support of this square footage ordinance. One of the questions, Supervisor Schwarthout asked one of my questions, but the other one that I'd like you just to talk about for a second is we send invoices to non-permitted growers as well that are crosswalked over to the California permit process. Could you just describe that so we understand that you're really collecting the bulk of the farmers that are permitted and maybe some that aren't permitted?
Yeah, correct. So we receive reports on I think a bi-monthly basis from the state that shows what growers out there actually have state licenses and may be working on the county permit process currently, so they may not be permitted in the county. So no matter if they have a state license or both, we're sending a welcome packet to them. We're getting them into the system, and they are invoiced and taxed.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. And we know that the revenue isn't quite what we had expected when the industry was being developed, but the marketplace is like incredibly suppressed at this point. Maybe it's coming back, but also like what you were describing, the flexibility of being able to adjust that square footage rate in the future interests me in understanding that we're kind of all in this together, because we do have significant costs when it comes to enforcement and permitting and all of those different things, so we can recoup that iteratively as the marketplace changes and our farmers change and grow. I think that's all I had for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tina. So great that you're bringing this, I think, as your last item to the board. It's very exciting. It took us a while to get all the pieces in place in this ordinance, but this is great. And I just have to, as a sort of a process nerd, I have to commend you. And I think this is sort of a model of how we develop good policies, that you collaborated with the Cannabis Alliance early on. You looked at what the market could bear. You looked at what was actually out there. You looked at efficiencies for the businesses as well as efficiencies for us. I mean, so you did all that research and you looked at the data, and what you're proposing is based on reality, and it makes it easier for both people, both sides of this process. So that just makes my heart sing. I appreciate you being so thorough, and I'm glad that we've come this far. Thank you.
And I echo everybody, Tina. Good work. Is there any public comment on this? Do you want to come up to the microphone, please? And direct your question to me, please.
Hello, my name's Rory Gotham. I live in Washington, California, District 5. And thank you, Board, for a moment. I'm curious to know how the county is pursuing non-permitted growers.
Okay, that's not really Tina's ballywhack.
So Chair Schofield, we have staff from our cannabis compliance unit, and they're happy to follow up with you offline.
Okay, and actually they're in the back, so they'll meet up with you. Okay, thank you.
I don't need those. Good day, Supervisors. My name is Diana Gamzon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. On behalf of the over 200 businesses of the Nevada County cannabis industry, we support the recommendations before you today. The tax structure represents a fair and reasonable tax rate that was developed with input from the industry. A special thanks to Tina for her stakeholder engagement. We are so grateful to her and her team for researching and preparing a tax structure that eliminates a lot of the difficulties and challenges that were outlined today in the presentation. The state of the California cannabis industry has made national news and local papers, documenting market consolidation, price declines, farmers seizing operations. These stories, facts, and figures are real, but they don't scare me, because cannabis is agriculture, and this is what agriculture does. There's volatility, there's impacts of weather and drought, supply and demand, and often it's difficult to predict market forces. For small California cannabis farmers to survive, we must work with our state and local jurisdictions to create greater parity with agriculture by streamlining overburdensome regulations and adopting more reasonable tax structures. The simple truth is that in January of 2019, when Nevada County voters adopted Measure G, our current tax ordinance, the price of cannabis was 85 to 90% higher than it is today. So it makes sense that we are coming together today to reassess. We do not believe that it is likely we will see a significant recovery in market conditions to what we had seen, though the outlook for Nevada County cannabis is strong and our farmers are resilient. From a market development perspective, Nevada County's operators are continuing to work together to build cooperatives, and we have the highest percentage of certified organic farmers in the state. Our farmers are featured in national publications and have won prestigious awards around the state, all of which seek to differentiate Nevada County's world-renowned cannabis. And the ordinance changes that were adopted in January will further help us realize that full vision. With the support from your board to adopt today's tax recommendation, we are on a path of building a sustainable future for the cannabis industry. And of course, one of the top benefits for Nevada County for our farmers is to be able to have consistency and be able to have reliable budgeting each year. And of course, the important note is that the revenue projections that were shown today do not count for those additional license types, and they also don't account for the additional mature canopy that your board approved in January. For some farmers, that's up to 55%. So that's significant, and that will greatly impact the revenue projections. And yes, I want Lisa, to your, I just need 10 more seconds. To your question or your comment, Lisa, about the collection of the taxes, we did provide input and work closely with Tina on the due dates so that it reflects the cash flow cycle for cannabis. And so thank you for your consideration today, and always a pleasure to work with Tina and her team.
Thank you, Diana. Any other public comment? Okay, we will close the public comment portion of this and bring it back to the board. Did you have a comment, Sue? No. Then I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Supervisor Hall, seconded Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
And District 2?
Yes. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, board.
You going to stay there?
You guess so?
Thank you, Julie. All right, so our next item is a certificate of recognition for Tina Vernon for over 22 years of public service with 12 years as Nevada County Treasurer Tax Collector. And I think what I'm going to do is kind of move this around a little bit and read the certificate first and then ask for comments afterwards, okay? All right, so this is a certificate of recognition for Tina Vernon, April 25th, 2023. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing Tina Vernon for over 22 years of public service with 12 years as the Nevada County Treasurer Tax Collector, and congratulates and thanks her on her many esteemed contributions to the community. Tina first began serving Nevada County in 2001 as a supervising health tech for behavioral health, before serving as a senior management analyst in the county executive office in October of 2003. Then in 2010, Tina was elected as a Nevada County Treasurer Tax Collector, where she began serving on January 2nd, 2011. Tina obtained a Bachelor of Science from the University of Reno, Nevada in 1995 and a Master of Business Administration from the University of Phoenix in 2004, all while serving as a single mother of 2 children. Among her many accomplishments, Tina implemented new technology, saving taxpayer dollars and greatly reducing processing time for tax payments and bank deposits. Through active portfolio management, Tina developed the county's investment portfolio that proved resilient through economic cycles, is well diversified and laddered, and has brought in over $35 million in interest earnings over her tenure. Now I lost my place. Through her leadership, the county was the first to receive an investment policy certification from the California Municipal Treasurers Association, certifying the county's investment policy as legally compliant and transparent in nature. Tina also received certification as a fixed income practitioner and obtained certification as California State Association of Counties, CSAC, Institute California Credentialed County Senior Executive. Other pivotal accomplishments include, but not limited to, developing and implementing the county's cannabis cultivation tax, putting mechanisms in place to track and collect transit occupancy taxes, including on short-term rentals, implementing programs that promote energy efficiency and home hardening, and most importantly, working directly with constituents in a flexible, kind, and thoughtful approach when collecting taxes. Tina personally meets with constituents, including driving through winter storms to meet the public in eastern Nevada County. As a state leader, Tina served on the California Association of County Treasurer Tax Collectors, CATTEC. Good. The Executive Committee from 2014 to 2023, and all executive roles from Sergeant of Arms up through Presidency from 2020-21 during COVID-19. Tina also worked to lead the organization with the passage of SB 219, granting authority to Treasurer tax collectors to waive penalties for economic hardships during the times of emergencies. During her tenure, she was also very active in CATTEC, including participating in the Legislative Committee from 2017 to 2023, and CATTEC Bankruptcy Committee, Education Committee, amongst other activities. Importantly, Tina has maintained and helped build an institutional culture throughout the county that highly values accountability, transparency, and fiscal prudence that ensures public funds are invested and safeguarded for the public good as provided and prescribed by law. Therefore, the Board of Supervisors take great pleasure in recognizing Tina Vernon for over 22 years of public service, with 12 years as Nevada County Treasurer Tax Collector, and congratulates her and thanks her for her many esteemed contributions to the community. And Tina, this is written up by staff, and in everything that comes to us, there's that term that says, staff recommends. But in this case, I think it's really special, Tina, because when it says staff, it means everybody within our county government. I can't think of anybody that doesn't love Tina Vernon. So Tina, this is so well deserved, and it's a pleasure to honor you. Who wants to start this? You will? Okay.
As the person who's probably worked with you the least up here, I'm sorry that you're leaving. I really will miss the opportunity to be able to work with you more, but I really appreciate all the work that you've done. I never once resented writing my check out to Tina Vernon, tax collector. And you know, you will be missed not only by the county, but by the community. I also want to acknowledge the work that you did with the Rudiger Foundation. I believe if it hadn't been for you and a few of the other people who started that, we would not have our canine police dogs that we do. So thank you so much for everything that you've done. Montana, right? Okay, if I ever come to Montana, I will look you up. I have so many friends who've moved there now, I think I'm going to be forced to have to go there. So thank you.
Eddie, you want to go?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for starting that, Lisa, Tina, and Ed. That she's so right. You know, the words that come to mind, and when I think about the work we've done with you and my personal contacts with you, are great integrity and transparency. You've led that office with such integrity and with transparency, so people know what you're doing and why. You make yourself available. There's been no drama, as far as I know. Woo, that's pretty rare. And you have provided such a steady hand, which that office needed, and which provides and allows us as the county to do all the things we need to do to support this community and to make shifts and changes and to deal with crises and to create an entire new program for cannabis. You have been the right person to lead us through all this. I appreciate you so deeply. My sadness is lessened only because I know you're going to go have a great time in Montana. It sounds like you have a whole new life opening up for you, and I'm excited for you, but you will definitely be missed. Thank you for your great service.
Thanks, Tina. I got to thank you yesterday in Budget Subcommittee. So I think we first served on Big Brothers Big Sisters many, many years ago. And I thought to myself, I'm with the Treasurer Tax Collector. And I also wrote Tina Vernon on my check, which is fascinating. But some of the things I learned in the Budget Subcommittee, I just wanted to kind of highlight briefly that the investment portfolio, when we first met in this role, I asked you, so where's the financial advisor that makes all of our $55 million investments turn an interest revenue all the time? You said, no, nobody, it's me. I wake up in the morning and do it. So I became fascinated by your financial report that you send to the board that I read, and we share that too. But I just wanted to mention that is such a huge asset and revenue generator for our community when much of what we deal with is restricted assets for other purposes, and that's something that comes to us and all the other jurisdictions like school districts and airports and other jurisdictional people that entrust you with the money to serve in that way. So just a huge thank you for doing that. It's a huge responsibility. I can't imagine the responsibility you have when there's market fluctuations and the market's going up and down like it has been. So thank you for sticking with it and bringing all of that revenue to our community. The other piece is the innovation really that I really understood in the Budget Subcommittee, which is kind of this community-based, people-based approach to tax collection, which I had no idea, which is you work with people, call them up and you counsel them and you show them about grant opportunities and you show them how that they can work themselves out of a tough situation through compassion, and that's not typically associated with an office like yours. So I just wanted to thank you for that. It is the way our community works, and you personify that, and I just want to thank you for that. And also building up a staff and a team that you're going to leave behind, and you have absolute confidence. And I got that from you yesterday when you said that you're like, I'm not worried, I'm going to leave, I'm going to go, and everything's going to be great because I trust these people. And that is worth so much to my colleagues on the board, but also our whole community and the county staff. So best of luck to you. I know where to find you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there.
Well, my colleagues all said that very eloquently, Tina. I mean, I just say this is truly a bittersweet moment, but we wish you the best. And I know your husband is going to be very happy to have you in Montana, and as it should be. So again, just echoing what everyone else said here, and knowing just what I say, you're leaving your office in good hands, and I think that's got to be a really good feeling for what a way they've accomplished over all these years. So truly thank you, Tina, and wish you nothing but the happiness. Gonna miss you.
So before I open it to the general public for comment, I'd like to open it to any of the staff members. Allison, maybe you want to
Yeah,
start it off?
absolutely. I also want to share my appreciation to you on behalf of all your colleagues and the senior executives. You are truly a stable force. You have really demonstrated sound and strong leadership in your tenure, not only in your current position, but through your career with the county. I know that you served as a coach and mentor to your dynamic team, but it has really gone beyond that. I know many individuals have come to you for sound advice and sage advice and mentoring. And when we bring our work groups together, your name is always on the top of the list as a very important thought partner of looking at complex policy issues that we'll eventually be bringing to the board. So I also want to thank you for that as well, and we wish you the very best.
Thank you, Allison. Is there any other staff members like to say anything? I think maybe Allison was speaking for all of them. Is there any general public comment on this? Anyone like to come on up? Well, we need your voice. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's my mom. She won't get through it.
She won't get through it. Go stand with her, Tina.
I'm Tina's mom. And I'm so proud of this girl. She's from the day she was born. Gonna miss her more than any of you guys are, though. That's so much. I know. Anyway, so proud of you. Love me more. Thank you.
No greater praise, right, Tina? Diana.
Diana Gamzon. Several people talked about writing you checks, and I'm one of those people that has written you checks, and every time I write you a check, whether it's for the cannabis taxes or for the property, it warms my heart. And so how many of us can say that it warms our heart to write our tax collector a check? And so I just want to speak to how much I'll personally miss you as a stakeholder in the community, representing one of our industries, and having worked with you on, of course, the cannabis, but also interacted as it relates to the Rudiger Foundation as an attendee, and seeing you as the first smiling face at the firefighters gala fundraiser at the Golden Era. And it's just, I'm just so grateful for the work that you have done on our cannabis ordinance with just the utmost transparency, a data-driven approach. It's been so steady, consistent, and calming working together. So thank you so much. And I'm gonna enjoy writing you checks too, Michelle. So thank you very much.
And for Tina on this one, come on up. We just point out, you can do it online too. You don't have to write a check, huh?
Absolutely.
We learned that yesterday too.
My name is Kathy Race. I want to thank Tina for all that she has contributed to the entire community. Her knowledge, her expertise, her mentorship of my daughter Michelle and her entire team. I know everyone's going to miss you terribly. Have a wonderful time. I'll see you in Montana.
Thank you, Kathy. Anyone else? Is that Dad back there? Little emotion there. You want to say something? Of course. You want to go stand with your dad?
Hi, my name is Wayne Stewart. I'm Tina's stepdad. She came into my life in 1998. And she's been like my own daughter. I'm sorry about this voice going on, but I love her so much. And I'm going to miss her very much.
They're coming with me, by the way. I'm getting them up there.
Anyway, thank you very much, and you're going to really miss her.
Thank you, Dad. Tina says there's a big party this weekend. She's hoping she can get through it okay, huh? All right. Is there any other public comment? Is there anybody on the line? No. Then I think we just need a motion to accept this certificate of recognition.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Supervisor Hall, seconded Supervisor Bullock, and I believe we can have a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Tina, can we do a picture? You want to bring Mom and Dad back down?
Ed, can I just say a couple of things? Just to thank everybody.
Oh, certainly, Tina, I'm sorry.
Everybody was able to say so many great things, but and I'm going to read this because I know I won't get it through, but I am truly proud to have served this county for over 22 years, and I thank you all for being part of my story. I've built lifelong friendships along the way and will forever treasure my 43 years in Nevada County. I have many people to thank throughout this journey, with amazing mentors who've helped me navigate my path, such as Bob Erickson, who literally kicked me out of behavioral health to move to the CEO's office, and then Joe Christoffel, who truly shaped me more than he will ever know. I want to thank my parents for always instilling in me that I could do whatever I set my mind to. Don't ever tell Tina no, because she will do it. And they're always my biggest fans and always have encouraged me throughout my life. My husband, who's actually listening from the great state of Montana right now, I just want to thank him for being my rock and lending his ears literally every day to hear my day, literally every day. The last 26 years of his support, I could not have done it without him. And I will see you in a week, honey. I want to thank my kids, who are all adults now, but they were teenagers when I was running for office, and they were so understanding and patient, and I don't know how many times they had to hear me say, no, do not get in trouble. You will make the front page of the paper. Do not get in trouble. I want to thank the staff that I have, because without these wonderful ladies behind me every single day, there is none of this work that could have been done. I have the best group of ladies in the county by far. And you guys are in good hands, 100%. They've got your backs. They work harder. I mean, I've got Energizer bunnies in my office, and they're just amazing people. And Michelle, you got this. You so got this. Just remember to always stay humble and kind. And when you get to where you're going, turn around and help that next one in line. That's what you do. And I want to thank the community for entrusting their finances with me for the last 12 years and for serving this community for the last 22. And I'm going to miss you guys, all of you, so I will give you my phone number and my address, and whenever you're in Montana, please come see me, because it's amazing. But thank you guys, everybody.
All right, so this is another special occasion here. And in this case, all we are doing is witnessing. And this is the swearing of Michelle Bodley as Treasurer Tax Collector for a term beginning April 29th, 2023, and ending January 4th, 2027 at noon. And Michelle has asked that Tina swear her in, so I think that's wonderful.
So Michelle, I'm going to have you raise your right hand and repeat after me, okay? So this is for the term beginning April 29th, 2023, and ending January 4th, 2027 at noon, to be exact. So I state your name.
I, Michelle Bodley,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
So, do you want to say something? Sure.
Salva written. Thank you very much. Is this on? Thank you, Honorable Chair Schofield and our members of the board for entrusting me to fulfill the duties and the responsibilities of the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. I pledge to you and to our community to do my very best following the footsteps of our honorable elected Tina Vernon. As you said, it's a very bittersweet time in our office. Tina is a true leader, an outstanding public servant, and has been a wonderful mentor to me over the years, always leading by example. Thank you, Tina, for your dedication to our office and service to our community, our county government, and our citizens. Excuse me. As the appointed Treasurer Tax Collector, I hereby pledge to be a strong steward of taxpayer funds, safeguarding and putting to work over $250 million of county funds, earning a fair rate of return. These are monies that support our schools, our special districts, and provide county services to our constituents. I pledge to lead with integrity, with over $600 million that comes through our office annually, which requires maintaining strong internal controls and close attention to details paramount. I pledge to uphold the laws that govern the office, whether that be in the area of tax collection, treasury investments, bankruptcy cases, TOT, or cannabis tax collection. It's critical to apply these laws fairly to all constituents and educate the public on how to avoid costly penalties and interest before they're in that position. I pledge to be an advocate for our taxpayers, to work at the state level to change laws that do not make sense, support programs that can help our seniors stay in their homes, and assist those struggling in navigating the property tax process. I pledge to be accessible to our public, maintain an office that's responsive to public needs, including traveling to Truckee for tax collection, and ensuring access to our Dropbox and our online payment portal. I also pledge to continue my education through our wonderful state association. I wouldn't be here today without so many people. I want to say thank you to our amazing team of professionals in our office. You're so dedicated, and you're so passionate about the work that we do each and every day to our county and to serve our community. Without you, the office could not run. I want to thank my peers throughout the county organization who I've had the honor of working with for the past 19 years. So many of you have been leaders, mentors, partners, and fellow number crunchers to me, and I'm grateful that we can always count on one another for support. I'd like to thank our County Association of County Treasurers and Tax Collectors and the critical work that they do to advocate for California counties to better serve the public and for the support of the tax collectors and staff throughout the state. And finally, I would like to thank my family, my wonderful parents, my brother, my children, my partner and his family. My family moved to this community in the 1970s, and my parents worked so hard to provide us with a wonderful upbringing and run businesses in the community. You've shown me what it means to work hard, raise a family, and always put your best foot forward. Without your support, I would not be here today. Thank you. So I'm going to sign.
This is a little different. I don't know if we asked for public comment on this or not, do we? Does anybody like to make a comment to Michelle? I'll say congratulations. Yeah. Do you want a picture with the board, Michelle? She does, okay. I think there's a party for Tina this afternoon, too. Am I right? Is it, what, 12 to 2? Does that sound right? Where is it? Empire? That makes sense. Okay. Do you want to bring your mom down? Well, this wraps up our morning session, but we've got some time. If you're ready for announcements. Sue, Lisa, are you guys okay? Okay. I'm not, so I apologize. I'll pull out my phone so I can take a look at what yeah. Heidi, you want to start?
Yeah.
No. Heidi?
Sure, I'll start.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Schofield. I'm going to whiz through these. I met with the Truckee Fire Protection District, Chief McKechnie, Kevin McKechnie, talking to him a little bit about the challenges he faces. It was a timely conversation considering what we obviously are grappling with all of our fire agencies. So understanding the East County fire needs and the change in the landscape is important. We had an outdoor visitor safety fund meeting, which was great. Supervisor Hook and I were in that, seeing the next round of the grant applications, and that was great. Really big complement of applications from all across the county. So that process is moving along. I went to the Donner Summit Area Association National Historic Records Luncheon. So they had a luncheon honoring the train tunnel and the effort to try and make that a National Historic Landmark. And that goes all the way to Washington, D.C. and is a national organization working with the railroad to get that done in honor of the Chinese immigrants who worked on that project and ultimately suffered a demise because of it. But and then meeting with a number of different community groups related to the Idaho-Maryland Mine Project, which has been a learning experience and a lot of time and a lot of listening. And I just want to publicly announce that I appreciate all of the community-based organizations that care about everything related to our community and the mine in particular. I met with East River PR talking about their new effort to support the county and all of their outreach and community-based efforts. And so it was nice to talk to them. I know them well. I think they're going to do a great job for us. I had a breakfast of sorts meeting with Senator Alvarado Gill, who is representing the area in District 5 of Nevada County. Was Brian Dolly previously, but that's going to transfer over to her. And she met with us. We talked a lot about peak period impacts and traffic and Highway 80. So we're going to hopefully work with her on trying to support Caltrans in their effort to keep the road open. I did a KTKE interview with the mayor of Truckee, and it was a great opportunity to talk about how the county and the town of Truckee are working together on a number of different initiatives, legislative platform, housing, the environment, recreation. That was good. We had our CCC, our CCC meeting, which had a legislative update, and everybody was bored to tears listening to me drone on about NACO and other legislative updates, but they came back quickly when the other speakers came on, so we'll remember that in the future. We had a meeting about library bond polling, so the polling regarding how the community feels about supporting a regional library in Eastern County. The results of the bond polling are out. I can tell you more about that offline, but there's a lot of discussion. Bond polling is a pretty integral piece of funding that library, and it didn't poll as well as we had hoped, but there's other solutions that are probably going to be brought to bear on the library for that reason. We had our Heart of Gold meeting for our October 7th bike ride, and we're getting food trucks. We have a promotional photo shoot on May 21st to video and take photography and promotion of the ride and promotion of Nevada County. And we hope to share that with the Chamber of Commerce and Nevada City both, any of the other participants. So we'll have more pieces there. Had a couple of capital facilities meetings, which it's great to be a part of that. There is a lot of content that happens in the capital facility meetings about what we're doing and how we're maintaining all of our infrastructure. We went to CSAC, the legislative conference, and learned a lot about the housing plan that CSAC is kicking off, which I think we're probably going to have a staff report on at some point in the near future. A great program for us to join forces with, and not necessarily duplicative effort, but really joining forces using CSAC's horsepower to bring housing solutions to some of the rural counties. So I was excited about that. We did have a public outreach meeting for the solid waste parcel charge. There's a parcel charge increase in District 5. our landfill services the unincorporated areas of Hirschdale, Floreston, Plevada, and Donner Summit. So we had a solid waste parcel charge increase and outreach meeting. We had some planning efforts with Supervisor Hall on the Sustainability Summit coming in the fall. I also had lunch with Jesse Wilson, talked to him about juvenile justice and some of the efforts he's taking in District 5 to work with the court system. Allison and I also had a meeting with Judge Durant, I believe, regarding the same topic. So it was good to get the full perspective on everything through the district attorney's office, the judge, the court system, and our wraparound services on how that supports people when they're involved with the courts. And finally, Chair Schofield and I attended the Juvenile Justice Court meeting with Jeff Goldman. And I learned a lot about the programs and the community-based organizations he's working with to deal with people that get involved in the probationary system. That's what I have been doing. And budget subcommittee, which I'm learning a lot.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because a couple weeks worth here, so some of this goes back a bit. I did participate in a meeting at Hell's Half Acre Lot with PG&E and a number of environmental organizations locally about the clear cut that happened up there. It was a productive meeting. It was a sad meeting. It feels like there were some opportunities lost. And this is in Lisa's district, but I had been called by the environmental districts, and I was let Lisa know, and she wasn't able to attend, so I shared this information with her as well, with Supervisor Swarthout. And so it's sad that there were some opportunities lost, a lot of rare plants in a quite unique ecosystem. It's a place that we've been watching for 50 years. The environmental groups have been bringing people from other parts of the state to see the special lava soil system that's up there is quite rare and supports a number of plants that are quite rare as well. A lot of that is too late to mitigate or to revitalize, but PG&E did halt their operations, and they are working with several of our local organizations to try to salvage what they can from what is left. I did participate in the Sustainability Summit planning call with Supervisor Bullock. I think we've got some great ideas, and that's moving forward and going to be exciting. I met with my planning commissioner to just walk through the process that's upcoming for the planning commission on the mind and make sure she knew where to go to get her questions answered and to understand how this is going to move forward and what happens after the planning commission. So I think we're all getting our ducks in a row to be prepared for that. I was at the CSAC legislative meeting as the county representative, and I did get to sit on a panel which talked about the rural situation for homelessness, and did that in conjunction with Jan Arbuckle, our mayor from Grass Valley, which was very exciting. And there's been a follow-up interview from Cal Matters based on that panel, and we will be bringing something forward to the board on the at-home proposal that CSAC is putting forward as a statewide framework for handling homeless issues. I met with Chief Robitel, who wanted to share some ideas he had about using some of the infrastructure that the fire agency has. Had a very exciting mental health board meeting, which took place at what will be the new day center on Sutton. Absolutely thrilling. This is the day center that we've all dreamed of. It's just getting started, but it'll have everything from lockers and showers and restrooms to wraparound services to probation to hospital ordered meals to anything that anybody in need is, as in terms of a homeless situation, could need, as well as some other services that are combined there. It's a great location. We're going to have to work with businesses around the area, but it's a really great vision. We're lucky to have that building, and I think we're all going to get to learn more about it as we move forward on that. I did participate on the NACO Public Lands Committee, and we had a call, and I advocated for an outdoors recreation subcommittee in that committee, which I think will be voted on at the Western Interregional Conference in May, and I believe that will pass. So that means counties like ours should have better representation on that committee. I did attend the Home and Garden Show, which was great to see it back and coming up. Not quite as big as it was in the past, but looking good. And then the Nevada City Earth Fest on Sunday, which was absolutely amazing. It was full and crowded and had great booths and great vibe. Lots of interesting information. Really proud of how far that has come and how completely back out in the public, and we all feel, we're back out there after COVID. So that was really a wonderful event. We did have a small lunch where we honored our 2 International Women in Science Day recipients. Chair Schofield was there too. It was really nice to get to know them a little bit better and hear about what they were doing, and I think that's going to be a great recognition that we'll want to continue to do. We had a South Yuba River cohort meeting, which was great. And the big message, which we all should be hearing now, and I'm sure we've seen it in the news already, is the river is extremely high, extremely swift, and extremely cold. And people need to stay out of it probably until July. I just heard this morning that the cubic feet that are coming out right now is 10 times what it normally is when it's high. It's at 3,000 feet. So folks need to be careful, stay away from the river, please, right now. The search and rescue folks are out training. They are doing extra training on hypothermia right now, we learned, because of the coldness of the river, but we need people to be very careful. And then I also attended the Sierra Nevada Memorial Hospital Foundation award ceremony, which was really wonderful. So great to have Supervisor Swarthout made some of the presentations, but so great to be able to honor some of our local businesses for all they've done and the volunteers in this community. It was another great event. And then lots of constituent calls still. AT&T lines and race communication lines, and still clean up from Snowmageddon, and as well as starting with our fire safety planning. So thank you.
Thank you. So I also attended the CSAC Legislative Conference. I think the highlight for me was the panel that Supervisor Hall and Mayor Arbuckle spoke on. Very interesting to listen to the rural perspective, because so much of what's happening with their at-home program seems to be focused on the larger cities. So I'm really glad that they thought it was important to have representation from the rural communities. I attended the solid and hazardous waste meeting last week. And unfortunately, we didn't have a quorum, so we have a special meeting that's set for June 6th, because we have some items that we need to vote on, which includes appointing 3 new people to the committee. So I look forward to that. And then next Monday, I believe, is the groundbreaking for the transfer station renovation at 11 o'clock. So invite the community to come out and put a shovel of dirt in and watch what's happening out there. I also attended the Area 4 on Aging meeting in Sacramento a couple weeks ago. They're working on their master planning for the coming year, and I'll have more on that after the next meeting. Last week, along with Supervisor Hook, I attended the LAFCO meeting, a special meeting that they had at the Rough and Ready Fire Station. It was an informational meeting to talk about all the things that are going on with Rough and Ready in Penn Valley. It was actually very informative. I hadn't attended any of the meetings with Rough and Ready, so I was really pleased to see the community and the concern, and I think there's going to be a lot of work that's going to go into what happens with the fire service moving forward. So attended some community events. I think since the last time we met, the Power of the Purse, which is the fundraiser for Bright Futures for Youth, that was really well attended. There was probably over 300 people there. It was really exciting to see the support for that organization, as well as all the nonprofits are coming back together, and there seems to be very high demand for, or attendance is really good at them. People are starting to get back out, which I'm really appreciative. Saturday night, I attended the Butterfly Ball, which is a fundraiser for Women of Worth. It was a small event, but very nice. It was really interesting to hear about the work that they're doing. And then also, as Heidi mentioned, I was part of the Hospital Foundation Awards ceremony last week, and I had the opportunity to give the Business of the Year awards. And there was actually 2 of them, and this goes back for the last few years. The first one was South Fork Vodka, and the hospital was honoring them for all of the hand sanitizer that they produced and distributed throughout the county. And then the other was a company by the name of Autometrics, who they manufacture big canvas sails, commercial canvas sails, but they converted their manufacturing into creating face shields. And they had all the specs so that the hospital was able to use them, which was really important because everybody was trying to donate things during COVID. But both of these organizations stepped up in our community and really, given lemons, they made lemonade. It was really impressive to hear their stories and see. And then finally, an upcoming event that I just want the community to be aware of. Next Thursday, May 4th, Hospitality House and the Bear Yuba Land Trust are doing a cleanup, camp cleanup from 8:30 to 1:30, meeting in the Twin Cities Church. You do need to pre-register if you'd like to do it, and you can get more information at the Hospitality House website. So I'm going to try and go out there. I've done some of the other cleanups for them, and it's so gratifying to me to see how many people in our community care about making sure that these places become safer and really going out and cleaning up the community. So I'm going to go out there and put on some more gloves, and they said you had to be strong and to bring a shovel. So I'm hoping I get the registration component job. But I will be out there picking up trash as well. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I know this does go way back. So I was also at the Power of the Purse, and it was an opportunity. Actually, I co-host the table with Allison, and it was fun to meet new people and bring people together that I hadn't met before. So I really enjoyed that. And it's empowering to see what we're doing with young adults in our community. So Bright Futures, and I see Hardy, I know you're really involved with them as well. And anybody that I would say, what opportunity to reach out if you do want to donate time or any of the things that are going, especially with now the new building being built for NEO in the downstairs part. So it's really encouraging to see the work they're doing in interaction with the kids. Let's see, I met with, again, on the mine for the process on the mine with planning, and it was great because I want to know, I had questions and just see what that timeline is going to be like you, Heidi. I think that's very helpful so that I can help my planning commissioner as well, so they know where to go ask those kinds of questions. I've been watching online the Little Hoover Commission on their CEQA. It's kind of interesting, a 3-part, and I'm on part 2, so that's been interesting. It's really interesting, really enjoy that. And if anybody is interested in that, it is taped and you can go back and watch it when it's, I think 1, 2, and 3 are all there, so you can watch it virtually. I did a Farm Bureau meeting, which was interesting. They brought Placer County and Nevada County together, and NID was there and gave a talk. It was really interesting just to see about what's going on with their plan for water. I participated in round 2 again of the Visitor Safety Fund. Really interesting. The applicants, it was interesting. I can't wait to see where that goes because there's a lot of good projects. I was on the ledge call for RCRC, and I appreciate that because it kind of keeps us up to date with everything's going on in the legislature for not just the county but all of Northern California and our rural communities. I did a capital improvements meeting for District 4. And I thank Tricia and Patrick for that. Just kind of overview what's going to happen in my district. I'm working with Sandy Jacobson on, she kind of pulled together a group about meat production and what's happened in Nevada County and where we're headed, because one of the things we don't have here is processing. And so that's been a challenge. And so she has a team of ranchers that are working on this and seeing where we could go. It's a regional issue, and so actually there's some movement in Yuba County and Butte County as well, so kind of taking in all that information to see where we can go with that. Of course, Pin Valley Fire, that's been taken up a little bit of time, and I did attend their meeting where they voted to annex, and that's a LAFCO process. Did some interviews for the Solid Waste and Hazardous Commission. Had a discussion on tax and annexation process with LAFCO. One of the fun things I did was exciting, and Ed and I were on, was the Coast Guard trip down in Sacramento at McClellan Air Force Base. I don't know that I realized how much they did here and how they do to protect the coast here and all over the world, actually. And it was fun to share with them about our skill bridge process and how that we could work with them and have that relationship with another branch of our military. Really looking forward, we're gonna host them here and give them a tour of our county. So looking really forward to that. I went to the Mountain Counties Water Association board meeting and reception, and that was last week. Let's see, another fire district meeting. Did the Daffodil Run, and that was fun. I worked the Daffodil Run. And again, seeing they had over 320 people sign up and came to run. It was great, and it was fun to watch the 501c3s all work to make these things happen. Because it's not just one group. It's the Chamber, it's the Lions Club, it's the Rotary, and it was fun. And they had a breakfast. It was really fun to see the community really get engaged. I love that. Went to the LAFCO workshop. I went to a Pin Valley Foundation meeting. We had our quarterly meeting for the North San Juan Community Care Group. Love how that's working. Pamela Rosada has just done some amazing things in North San Juan, bringing groups together and be able to work with the county and outside 501c3s and things that bring services into that little community across the river. Really appreciate those. Are great meetings, and always appreciate the input and the participation from Human Services and Behavior Health. Just been remarkable, some of the things that are happening over there. It was fun. I went to the Rough and Ready Grange breakfast they had the other morning, and it's really fun to see them up and going, and little Rough and Ready kind of revamping. They're looking towards having their secession days and chili cook-off. So some things are coming back, and the little community needs to see those and get back together. And so they're going to have their community breakfast at the firehouse that day. And so I encourage people in all of our districts, when you see things going on, come and be a part of it. I think that we get so isolated sometimes, and we've been in some catastrophe, so let's get out and celebrate the good stuff. So wherever you are, I don't care if you're in Paradale or Ophir or little town of Washington puts on one of the best 4th of July. So, not that they have great little dinners at the hotel. So if you're getting out and you want to do something different, I would suggest that you hit some of the hot spots. I try to put a little list of things that's going on in my district for in my newsletter, like North San Juan. They're having a fundraiser up there Saturday for the fire department. So that's going to be a fun one if you want an enchilada dinner. Come in. It's a drive-through. It's a lot of fun. I had a MAC meeting that was really good and well attended. I want to appreciate staff came. Staff was there. And they talked about cannabis and kind of what's the difference between illegal and legal. And we had somebody there from the water board. Really appreciated the conversation, went with that. We also, recreation, we talked about a grant that we've applied for that would really help beautify and do the health and safety with fixing the pathways in Pin Valley. So there was a little talk about that already today, but it's like $1 million grant. So really looking forward to where that might lead and what we could do with that. And then also we had an interesting presentation on a meat retail store that is actually put in an application for a new building and business that will be going on in Pin Valley. So that was great. So lots of good things going on, and it's good. The brass rail just opened back up in North San Juan. But again, see some a little more economic development that is still happening there. And just that was amazing to see how much that group does. And if you haven't gone up, I think there's still a last chance. Went up to Nanda, and oh my gosh, the tulips are a little late, but they are just phenomenal. And so if you have that opportunity and you want to see a different side of how they grow things up there, it's spectacular. I can't even say. So those are just some of the things. Again, oh yeah, we did an Easter egg hunt in Pin Valley. That was a lot of fun. I don't even tell you how many little kids were there. It was incredible. I got to say ready, set, go, and we did like 9,000 eggs. It was crazy. And I know, I guess it was really fun to think back, is in the day they were real hard-boiled eggs in the day. Everyone would get together and we would color all those, but I'm really happy to do plastic. And I got to give a shout out to Tina Scrugglin. She just does an incredible job pulling a team together to get all those eggs stuffed. And it was fun. The bunny came out and there was a lot of great activities on all the districts over the holidays. So yeah, lots of fun stuff. I think there's a lot to do in Nevada County. It's just one of the things we have is special. I mean, you can look on Go Nevada County and kind of see what activities are going and support all these folks in our community. So that's all I have.
That's all you have? Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Well, you can see what great interest there is in our announcements, says anything.
I know.
But I'll tell you, I greatly appreciate it. It's always amazing to me just how much my colleagues have done. In fact, I listen and go, oh my gosh, what did I do?
You're busy all the time.
But I'm impressed with all of you. Very quickly, I really enjoyed the Coast Guard trip and want to thank Steve Rose for that. And they're the only fixed wing force on the West Coast for the Coast Guard. There's a number of places where they'll have helicopters, but the fixed wing is all out of McClellan. And I heard shortly after that visit that there was a search and rescue for a small ship of some type. It really didn't, but they fly all the way down to Central America. And I thought, wow, our guys were out. Our guys were out. Those are the guys that are out with the fixed wing way out in the middle of the ocean looking for those folks. Very, very impressive. And again, I want to thank Steve for that. And we have Military Appreciation Day coming up on Armed Forces Day on May 20th, I believe it is. So oh yeah, and the Penn Valley Rodeo. Do you want some more time? South County MAC met, and I'm kind of calling it South County now because we hope to kind of expand it out a little bit more beyond the greater Higgins area. Erin Sullivan stepped down as the chair, but she's still remaining on the commission, which is wonderful, and I want to thank Erin for the job she did in bringing the area plan through. And thank you to Jeff also. ERC, attended ERC and also the executive meeting with them. We had a Northern Sierra Air Quality District meeting yesterday. And it's kind of unique because we have a new executive director now. Gretchen left us after a lot of years, went down to Yolo and Solano County in the Air District Board down there. So I think Julie, can't think of her last name, Hunter? No, that's her name.
It is.
Is it the same?
Yeah.
Oh man, this is going to be great. She lives in Reno and works primarily out of the Portola office, but she came down here yesterday. I think she's going to be very good, but we are searching for her. She's intern at the moment. We'll see how that goes. Mayor's and Managers Breakfast was in Grass Valley. Heidi mentioned the women in science, and I really enjoyed that. We had one young girl, I believe, from Nevada Union, was a junior or a senior? Junior. So you can just kind of get the feeling of where the young people are going and how their education is going. And then we had Alicia with Circle. And I was quite impressed with her and her meadow restoration projects. And we talked about perhaps in August when we go up to Truckee that we could stop and actually see the work that's being done in the meadow. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but at Van Norden. Yeah, at Van Norden. So we can work with Hardy and say, is that work?
Yeah, that would be great.
I think that would really be interesting. That was really interesting. What else did I have here? Oh, we attended the Nevada County Fire and Law Enforcement Council, their red light ball, which was very nice. It had been canceled because of snow, and so it rescheduled, and I don't know if they had the numbers, but it was very nice, and it was honoring retired Chief Matthias and retired Chief Tucker, which was really good. Had a quick visit with the new owner of the Lake Center down in South County, and Kimberly put that together, and the woman that owns it called Kimberly and said, "Hey, I'm coming up today, and can you meet with us?" So we put it together. Everybody redid their schedules and wandered down, because that's a pretty important facility down there. We've got a butcher shop going in. And of course, one of the big things is our own library going in there. Little disappointed in the big one where Holiday used to be, in that she said Holiday still has a 2-year contract with them, which she says, so I'm in really no hurry to try to put somebody in there. But that's a big, big piece of that particular center down there. I might point out, too, on the MAC, we have a couple of, I have asked Jeff Pettit if he would join us on that MAC. So thank you, Jeff. I think you said yes. And then finally, last night was really something else. I was told we were going to an economic development council of some kind. I didn't know. Carol kind of put this all together, and we wandered into the media, Nevada County media there, and I just walked in, and, there's this whole bunch of people, and I'm like, whoa, God, this is great. I know everybody here. This is really wonderful. And we sat down, start the meeting, and they start out with an audio, and it's Gil Matthews, and he's talking about running, and I'm going, man, I know that story. He's talking about me. So it was videotaped, and there were so many of the county people here. Allison was there, Kit was there, Julie was there. And much of it had to do with my daughters were there. Nikki and Wendy was there, and Eddie couldn't make it, but we kind of roasted him a little bit. It was really kind of a cool experience. Jeffrey was there, Jeff was there. I just want to say thank you to everybody that was there. Hardy was there. So that was fun. So that's it. Amazing how much time we took to get to this point, but we'll adjourn until 1:30 this afternoon. And we do have a party upstairs with Tina. Party.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags We would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready, Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started here clear pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, They have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have two daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
Yeah, I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a
We'll reconvene this meeting of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, the regular meeting of April 25th, 2023. And our first agenda item this afternoon
is the Youth Leadership Award for Nevada County Poetry Out Loud recognition of champion Sam Ullman of the Sierra Academy Expeditionary, how do you say it, Sam?
Expeditionary.
Expeditionary Learning High School student. Great, great. We're off to a good start. Okay, I'll start this off. Sam was nominated for his award by his teacher at Sierra Academy of
Dictionary.
You got it. Sael, S-A-E-L, Marika Beck, nominated by his teacher, Marika Beck. Marika highlighted Sam's success in the Nevada County Poetry Out Loud competition, where he was a finalist in 2022 and the winner of 2023. As the winner of the 2023 competition, he represented Nevada County in the state Poetry Out Loud competition in March. Poetry Out Loud is a national arts education program that encourages the study of great poetry by offering free educational materials and a dynamic recitation competition for high school students across the country. The program helps students master public speaking skills, build self-confidence, and learn about literary history and contemporary life. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Sam's teacher, Marika, for the letter and the nomination process. Marika?
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for having us here today. It's a real pleasure.
You can move that mic anywhere you want it. There you go.
Thank you. Okay. This is the letter that I wrote in nomination of Sam. I have had the pleasure of knowing Sam as a student in my drama and English classes at Sierra Academy of Expeditionary Learning here in Nevada City. Sam consistently demonstrates integrity, grit, curiosity, empathy, and craftsmanship, and attention to detail in his coursework, creative pursuits, and service work in and out of the classroom. Sam strives for excellence. He takes life by the reins and leans into opportunity. He actively engages with the local arts community as a young actor and poet, regularly performs in local theater, and has earned a finalist and championship position in our local Poetry Out Loud competition for the last 2 years. Sam also makes a positive impact through his involvement in the Interact Service Club, sponsored by Rotary at our school. This is a volunteer club focused on service projects within our community with attention to helping youth make their world a better place for everyone. Overall, Sam is a quality human being who, despite significant early life challenges and placement in foster care, approaches life with curiosity, care, consideration, and a service-oriented attitude. During his time as a student at SAIL, Sam has sought out opportunities to learn, excelled in academics, service learning, and fieldwork, and demonstrated high aptitude and interest in drama, writing, gaming, and robotics. He possesses strong critical thinking and problem-solving skills and generates innovative solutions. Furthermore, Sam is dependable, focused on maintaining quality character, and advocating for his own needs or the needs of others. Sam demonstrates high academics and character, and he regularly shows strong leadership qualities when working with groups to facilitate collaboration and high-quality work. Ultimately, Sam makes our school and Nevada County community a better place and would be a strong candidate for the Youth Leadership Award.
Very good. It's such an honor to have you here today, Sam. But I think you now have the opportunity to give your poem. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Now I'll tell you what. You can either sit there or you can get up at the podium if you prefer, whichever is easiest for you.
First of all, I would like to say hello and thank you to Chair Schofield and the honorable members of the board. I would like to say that I'm grateful to be receiving this award, and thank you for nominating me, Ms. Beck. And also thank you to the Nevada County Arts Council for providing an outlet for me to express myself creatively and really enjoy the arts in a way that can also advocate for others as well. as well as providing me incredible coaching and mentorship throughout Poetry Out Loud, which is an incredible, I'm blanking on the word here, program. Yes, thank you. Much appreciated. It's an incredible program, and I am very happy to be a part of it, and I would love to do it next year as well. Without further ado, as you know, I'm Sam Ullman, and I will be reciting The Charge of the Light Brigade by Alfred Lord Tennyson. 1. Half a league, half a league, half a league onward. All in the valley of death rode the 600. Forward the light brigade, charge for the guns, he said. Into the valley of death rode the 600. 2. Forward the light brigade. Was there a man dismayed? Not though the soldier knew someone had blundered. Theirs not to make reply, theirs not to reason why, theirs but to do and die. Into the valley of death rode the 600. 3. Cannon to the right of them, cannon to the left of them, cannon in front of them volleyed and thundered, stormed at with shot and shell, while horse and stormed at with shot and shell, boldly they rode and well into the jaws of death, into the mouth of hell rode the 600. 4. Plunged in the battery smoke, right through the line they broke, Cossack and Russian reeled from the saber stroke, shattered and sundered. Then they rode back, but not the 600. 5. Cannon to the right of them, cannon to the left of them, cannon behind them volleyed and thundered, stormed at with shot and shell, while horse and hero fell. They that had fought so well came through the jaws of death, back from the mouth of hell, all that was left of them, left of 600. 6. When can their glory fade? Oh, the wild charge they made, all the world wondered. Honor the charge they made. Honor the light brigade. Noble 600. Thank you all for attending, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors and the Chair, Schofield.
That was wonderful, Sam. I don't know if I've ever heard the whole thing. So thank you. Thank you so very much. I think this is kind of part of a youth movement that we're seeing here in the county. And so I look at Allison and say thank you for what you're doing, and you're going to see more work with our youth. It means so much to us in the future. And Sam, you're just a great example of it. So, Hardy, any comments?
That was really incredible, Sam. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's really impressive. I'm really glad you get the expeditionary learning experience. I think it's a huge step in the right direction for people of your age and exposed to all the different ways of learning. And so I'm excited to see that happening here. No question that you deserve this award, and keep up the good work. And public speaking, I think it ranks like #1 in the biggest fear of all Americans is public speaking. They'd rather survive a car crash, but you know, you've done it, and you've conquered one of those huge pieces that's going to allow you to integrate yourself into whatever you choose to take on. And I say this to all the youth award recipients, but after you make it big, please come back to Nevada County and be a part of our community. And thank you again.
I think I almost absolutely will. I I love this community, and it's done so much for me. And of course, I would love to come back after I've become successful somewhere else.
A wonderful recitation. Thanks for stepping up and standing up and taking that on and being brave. And I'm excited to see more art and youth work here in the chambers. It's really wonderful. So thank you and good luck to you.
That was so impressive. I remember a few years ago I had to do a video for something I was working on, and I had to memorize a paragraph, and it was almost impossible, and they had to actually create cue cards for me because I never did get it. So I'm so impressed with anybody who can memorize and do what you just did. That is amazing. Really grateful to the arts community for stepping in publicly. So much of the arts and culture was cut out of our schools because of budget cuts. So we're really lucky to live in a community where the community values arts, and you have people like Eliza and John who are here today, and your teacher who will put that extra effort out to promote the work that you get to do. So like Hardy says, we always like to encourage our youth that please come back. I no doubt will see you on a Broadway stage somewhere, I'm thinking. But good job. Very impressive.
About the Broadway stage, I haven't quite hit Broadway yet, but I am going to be in a community theater production with Sierra Stages called Guys and Dolls. So if anybody would like to go, we have performances in late July and early August.
Well, that was fun. That was the question I was going to ask. Where are you going to be performing next? This is fantastic. I just love this part of what we get to do here. And Allison, I do thank you for bringing these youth awards forward, because you guys are leaders in our community, and you're going to continue to do great things, and we're excited to see where you go. So do check back in with us when we see your name in one of those Broadway leaderboards. But also, I'm going to be excited to go watch you in Guys and Dolls. That would be exciting. So thank you so much. And thank you, Eliza, both of you. You guys do so much in our community for art. I don't know what we would do with that and where we've come. I think in the last, just since I've been here 4 years, the accomplishments you've all made and what you offer up to our kids, and you as a teacher, that's a gift. You give a gift to every student that you touch. So thank you for what you do. Thank you for bringing this forward so we got to share it with all of us.
Yeah, and Sam, it's not just the memorizing, but it's a feeling that goes with it, so that at some point you feel like you're part of that charge. And the desperation and the loss, that's pretty incredible. So that was wonderful also. I want to thank you. And I suspect there's probably going to be some public comment that folks might want to make a comment or two. Come on down.
So we have one member of our Literary Arts Committee here. Well, actually, two members. Judy Crow is a poet and a long-standing member of our Sierra Poetry Festival Committee. And Michaelin is here. She's also a member of staff with Nevada County Arts Council. She does all our social media for the Grass Valley, Nevada City Cultural District. And she's also a member of our Poetry Festival Committee. So thank you for all your support of Poetry Out Loud and the kids. I did have one really quick question. Is it possible to grab a photo? Sam will never forget
we're going
this.
to get a photo, Eliza.
Fantastic.
Come on. You know it's better than that. All right. No other comments? Nobody online?
So we have no callers, Chair.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the certificate. I'm not going to read the entire one because we did a part of it early on, but I'll catch the back end of it, and then we will come down for a photo op, okay?
All right, yes.
Let's see. I'll do the part where I don't have to say expeditionary.
I can't see it, so if I...
In addition to Sam's interest in poetry, Sam actively engages with the local arts community as a young actor, regularly performing in local theater. Beyond his success in humanities, Sam consistently demonstrates integrity, grit, curiosity, empathy, craftsmanship, and attention to detail in his schoolwork, creative pursuits, and service work in and out of the classroom. He also makes a positive impact through his involvement in Sales Interact Service Club, a volunteer club focused on service projects within our local community with the intention of helping youth make their world a better place for all. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors commends Sam Ullman for his excellence in poetry and theater, his service to his peers in the community, and his leaning-in approach to life. We wish him success on his journey ahead. And we'd like to make this presentation to you and have a photo opportunity. It's been a great day. All right, our next agenda item is a presentation from the Arts Collaborative of Nevada County, DBA, Nevada County Arts Council, on activities associated with arts, culture, and Creativity Month in Nevada County in April 2023. We have Eliza Tudor and John Blinder of the Nevada County Arts Council.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Supervisors. Thanks for having us here today. So I'm going to whiz through this. It's largely a sort of visual exploration of the last year. You know who we are. We're your local, state-local partner with the California Arts Council, supporting local communities across all 5 supervisorial districts. And here's what we've been up to in the last year. I've persuaded Sam and Marika to linger just long enough that he can catch a glimpse of himself on the screen, and then he needs to skedaddle back to school. Marika, thank you so much for letting him be here. So our board of directors, we thought you might just want to catch a glimpse of those names because they do such powerful work within the community, both supporting us, with incredible strategy, but also reaching out into parts of the county that we might otherwise miss. I couldn't be more grateful to be here today with John particularly, who's really my partner in not crime, but he's amazing as incredible in his role as chair of the board of directors. We have, at any given time, a sort of, different contractors, increasingly employees who work with us on different projects. So although you might find just me or Michael Lynn or our colleague Gianna in the office, there will be, up to 6 teaching artists who are in 4 different school sites every day of the week for every week of the school year, teaching 1,500 school kids. A few of our ongoing services, we hold and manage the artist directory, which is completely free. So all artists are being promoted through that. We manage the arts calendar for the whole community. We manage our artist calls. We just created a jobs board because at Nevada County Arts Council, we have 2 amazing positions that are available, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We have ongoing fire season preparedness and disaster response consulting as well. And of course, we manage 2 of California cultural districts, 4 rural districts right here in Nevada County. But listen, this is the most important thing. Guess what we're looking at? We're looking at this place right here, the Board of Supervisors chambers. You can see Sam in one of these pictures somewhere presenting his piece, along with, and you know, in the places where you gather as the Board of Supervisors. So too, once a year, thank you to Alison and to the staff for allowing us to use your chambers. The most incredible county championships, which begin in the classroom each year. And it is simply terrifying for them, but they're somehow amazing regardless. We thought you'd like to see that picture. And this is Sam. So in most counties, it all ends with the county and state championships for Poetry Out Loud. But we actually invite our Poetry Out Loud finalists up onto the stage wherever we are for Sierra Poetry Festival each year, which takes place in April. So we work them hard. So they have all sorts of opportunities to get up on stage and gain in confidence. Behind Sam, you'll see to the left, student finalists from both Bear River and Sierra Academy of Expeditionary Learning. And on the right, you can see Marika and her fellow teacher and one of our coaches. And these are some of the amazing kind of stars of poetry that have literally been flown in. Some of them are local, some of them are regional, some of them are state, California poets. And then some fly in from different parts of the country. And our Poetry Out Loud students get to mingle with them and share the stage, so it's pretty amazing. This particular photo was taken just 2 weeks ago at the Center for the Arts. What an incredible venue. It's the first time I've actually experienced the venue firsthand from a producing perspective. It's absolutely beautiful and so easy to be there. So, as you know, Sierra Poetry Festival celebrates National Poetry Month locally. And I hope that you've enjoyed the poems on belonging at the Rood, which was really the idea of Alison, with whom we're working to create more art in public spaces of all kinds. We'll be meeting with staff later this month to discuss what that looks like into the future. And we're so grateful to the supervisors for recognizing the value it holds in bringing people together. So artists in schools, we've spoken to that, the year-round access to kids who would not otherwise have curriculum-bound arts education in their schools. This year, we've added to our support of elementary school kids by creating and piloting model kindergarten lessons integrating California's academic standards. So it's a pretty amazing program, and it's probably our longest-serving program. And here are some pictures of kids at Bell Hill, in fact, the Penn Valley School District. We serve 2 different school districts at the moment, Penn Valley and Grass Valley. Acting Up offers therapeutic theatre for change curricula focused on transformational learning to vulnerable high school youth. And we continue to pilot at Bright Futures for Youth and Earl Jameson Education Options, offering students resilience, confidence, and communication skills outside the classroom. These are the county's most vulnerable kids. And we're there to help offer, mentorship and other skills. It's really an extraordinary program. Here's some pictures of our, classes at Bright Futures for Youth. So a few years ago, we helped raise monies for the Nevada County Superintendent of Schools to create its first ever strategic plan for education, which we're now right in the middle of. It's actually 2020 to 2025. It's a 5-year strategic plan. And this year, we have found additional state funding to offer ongoing gatherings for arts leads from 10 different school districts, implementing a rigorous professional development program for arts integration. So that's a really, really incredible program that's rolling out over 3 months this year under the supervision of Nevada County Superintendent of Schools, but funded by Nevada County Arts Council. So we're very proud of that. That's just a little glimpse at what the strategic plan for arts education looks like. So we're on the move again. Remember how pre-COVID we delivered a study to show how our Nevada County arts industry delivered almost 47 million in total economic activity annually. We're now among a cohort of 400 communities nationwide participating in Americans for the Arts, rigorous arts and economic prosperity study. And results will be out in October this year, and I'll probably be coming to you saying, hey, can we share the results and have a big event and celebrate the arts right here in the chambers. Now, you might recognize one of these letters. About exactly a year ago in March, we asked the county, we asked all our chambers of commerce, we asked our cities and our town of Truckee to write to our state legislators advocating for funding for previously unfunded California Cultural District program. So you'll remember that Assembly Bill 189 was passed in 2015 at the very end, resulting in an amazing program, but with absolutely no funding attached to us. And we remain grateful for the small but very significant for us funding that has come down to us from the cities and our chambers of commerce that allowed us to keep that sort of pulse alive and to keep sharing outwards the incredible impacts of our community, our artists, our arts organizations. So your letters really meant something to us in advance of Arts, Culture and Creativity Month. We take that advocacy, we take those messages to the state capitol each year, and we meet with our legislators, and we ask, for funding for the arts broadly to support all our arts organizations across California. And of course, Nevada County Arts Council is most concerned with local funding. Thank you to the union for so beautifully presenting what it is that we do each April as a result. And here's a meeting we held last week with both Senator Darley and Assemblywoman Megan Darley. Of course, it's easier to get them in the room at the same time as it is than it is with most legislators, since they're a very happy couple. But these are arts leaders from across the District 1, Senate District and Assembly District 1. Had a great conversation with them about the arts, urged them in advance of the May revision to the state budget to, during this very difficult year of such deficit, to continue its support for the arts. And we hope that local arts organizations will feel the result of our advocacy when it comes time to the funding that's subsequently offered. And here, of course, your letters have supported, both our local districts over 3 municipalities. We've just been successful in formally applying for redesignation for those districts for another 5 years, which is fabulous. We literally just got word two weeks ago. This is just one letter that we got from the state with that in mind. It's coming with funding. Don't get too excited. That $671,000 for each district is to be divided into 3 years, and it's one-time funding. So you can see that our work is cut out for us. We're going to keep coming back to you, asking you to help write letters to legislators, advocating for, let's make this funding permanent. And let's also create other cultural districts that support other diverse populations across California. You also, through your amazing community resiliency grants, you funded Nevada County Arts Council to make sure that we continued with our professional development of our arts community more broadly. And so at the tail end of the pandemic last year, and again we'll be doing it this year, we held our second Business of Art Professional Development Symposium for artists. We had the most incredible number of guest speakers from all over the state, and also locally. We have so much talent locally, among our arts leadership. It was an incredible day. This is at the very end, with the last few remaining. We had almost 200 folks there on the day. And it was thanks to your funding that we were able, through the ARPA funds, that we were able to invite such fabulous talent and pay them as well. So thank you. Every year we support an arts and culture induction for new leaders through the Nevada County Community Leadership Institute. This year we were at the Miners Foundry. We offer an overview of regional arts infrastructures, and we invite scores of our local arts leaders to come and talk with our new leaders about what it is that makes the place we call home so incredible to live in and how it relates to our social ecology and our economic ecology. This year we also funded an amazing project, an ensemble, a queer Latinx applied theater facilitator, Daniela Fernandez, who of course is very well known to all of you, to help her establish an LGBTQIA ensemble in our rural white majority community, inspiring transformation, change, and healing as an antidote to invisibility and isolation that this community has experienced during the pandemic. It's a very, very beautiful project with incredible, incredible people and performers that I'm sure you're very familiar with. And you'll be seeing more in the months to come as we offer sort of more community interaction with that ensemble. And of course, during the last part of the year, Forest Fire, our huge sort of $350,000, $400,000 project, culminated in the most extraordinary exhibition in Truckee. It was a glorious exposition of the work of 20 local and California artists sharing messages connected with watershed health, forest management, health, and it was extraordinary. And this sort of, in a way, set the scene, along with our other work in grant making, for us to apply to be a administering organization for the state. So we're currently in the process of re-granting almost $3.5 million to artists, arts organizations, social service organizations, and units of government to create awareness around core programs that government are, and communities are much in need with when we think about what makes a healthy society, what those indicators are, such as poverty and education, access to services, et cetera, and it's really the most extraordinary sort of expanding project that has placed Nevada County at the forefront in terms of arts leadership. I hope it's one-time pilot funding from the state, and we're responsible for 19 counties, so it's pretty extraordinary. So we just came from the last office hours for our 500 plus applicants to this program just before this meeting. And that's it. I want to thank you so much. I hope I've kept within time. Julie, how have I done? Oh no, I'm in trouble. Thank you so much.
Well, you're not through yet. Comments from the board? Oh, John.
I'd like to add just a couple little things. One, in that last slide that you just saw with us managing a large amount of funding from the State Arts Council to manage 19 North State counties. What Eliza chose not to share with you was when this program first got established and created, the preponderance of those 19 counties called her up and said, will you lead us and will you do that for us because we don't have the bandwidth. We have limited bandwidth ourselves. She's works as hard as anybody you'll ever want to meet, but I think we should all acknowledge Eliza and her skills, her leadership capacity, her unending, tireless vision for the arts in our community as well as the state of California writ large. But also I think it's something to really be proud of that we are looked at through Eliza's leadership primarily as a go-to source for real information and real leadership in the arts in the entire state of California. Nobody else is doing what we are doing in this particular program, so I wanted to call attention to that. And the last thing I do want to say is that we are in our 14th year as the reconstituted Arts Council when we came back together to decide that it was important for us to have a place at the state level for the state-local partnership program. And that first year, our budget was approximately $25,000. This year, with this large grant, our budget is over $4 million. We don't get to use all of that, but our budget has increased to somewhere between $400,000 and $600,000 over that time period with funding that we're able to utilize. And I just want to acknowledge that your little Nevada County Arts Council is growing rapidly and has a reach that is far and wide. And we're very proud of the work that we've done and proud of the support that you guys have given us all throughout. We feel it. So thank you.
Thank you, John. I will only add, Riley, that if only the funding were permanent.
Yeah,
I know you understand.
We know that feeling, too. Thank you, John, and thank you, Eliza, for your service. I know you are special. Known that a long time. Heidi, any comments?
Gosh, I don't know how to say it. Thank you for the incredible innovation that you've brought to the arts in this county all these years, and for continuing to stay the course, and for now getting another round funded for our special designation. That's fantastic news for all of us. You've just done a tremendous job, Eliza and John and the team, and making everybody look good and giving everybody opportunities to express themselves and have a place for them to work on their art and exhibit it and participate in it. So just very, very grateful for all the work you've done. Proud that we were able to add a little bit of money back into your budget this year after not for a couple of years. So we'll continue to support you in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
How far we've come.
I know.
I'm very grateful for the work that both of you do. I've worked with both of you for many years. I remember when Eliza first started, and we went and had coffee, and she had these visionary ideas, and I was thinking, oh, they're never going to do that. John
Sounds familiar.
Yes, John could tell you a very similar story back in the day about the Center for the Arts, and I'm just so proud and so impressed of how far that your organization has come and all the work that has happened, especially the cultural districts. That really gives the boost of credibility to our community, and we're so lucky that we have it in our cities and our town, which I think we're the only county that can say that. And I really attribute that to the hard work and the leadership of Eliza and your team for putting that together. It never would have happened without you really being in there and working hard and doing this. So, I remember years ago hearing about the Nevada County Arts Council, which was started by my very dear friends, Howard and Peggy Levine, and some other artists in the community. And I know that, especially with Peggy, she's looking down, and she is very proud of what you've done and how you've kept the arts alive in our community. So thank you for all that you do, and keep up the good work. And as Heidi said, whatever we can do to support you, please let us know.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And coming from you, I tell you, that's amazing. I've been secretly recording you. But isn't it lovely that we get to honor Peggy a couple of weeks from now? I hope you'll all be at the awards event that we're holding to honor the latest recipient of that award. But thank you so much.
I did already thank him, and I appreciate that. I know, you get carried away. I just remember that day having breakfast with you on my ranch and bringing this whole new perspective to art to me. It was a really interesting moment. It's something I'll remember always. And then I got to watch this grow, and as we keep adding on to different programs and what you and John have had meetings with you guys and about what's going on for the year, and it's very exciting. So I'll leave it at that, but so happy that you're part of our community and bringing this here to our area here, west and east, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eliza and John. I was reflecting back the first time you and I met and had lunch, kind of talking about the arts and how far you've come and what we kind of chronicled that you were doing just in the beginning stages of the cultural district for Truckee. And then you renewed it recently, so thank you for that. And I just want to mention the Forest Fire exhibit was such a huge success. I don't know how many groups came through there, and I know you know those figures, but it was a tremendous just economic influence in our community. People came from everywhere to see that exhibit. And the complexity and some of the things that it touched on really spawned a lot of the conversations we're about to have on other topics and issues, forestry, resilience, and fire, and all those things. So thank you. I did want to mention, I was in a juvenile justice meeting the other day, and they talked about other community-based organizations and your work with students in arts and things like that. So I can't support you enough in that element in your programmatic kind of integration of youth and kids that need that support, because it kind of brings everybody together. So I just want to say thank you for that as well. Kind of stretches through multiple pieces of the community, and I just appreciate it. Appreciate what you do.
Thank you so much, Hardy. And we're actually looking for a new partner for our Jump Starts program. That's the one that works with juvenile justice, so we'll talk again. I sometimes, when I think about forest fire, I think I was so hard at work raising funds for it, because it really did cost close to, if you included the very broad education outreach that we did in schools, it was close to $400,000, and I was just working so hard to fundraise that I sometimes think I didn't enjoy the actual process enough. At least we have wonderful photographs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Such wonderful results. So thank you to both of you. Now there's a second part of this, and that is we have a resolution here. This is a resolution amending Resolution 21-178, designating the Arts Collaborative of Nevada County, DBA, Nevada County Arts Council, as Nevada County's ongoing local partner for the California Arts Council State-Local Partnership Program, approving the submittal of ongoing annual applications by the Nevada County Arts Council to the California Arts Council, and designating Nevada County Arts Council to execute the Arts Council grant as approved by the California Arts Council. What I'd like to do is open it up to public comments on anything you've just recently heard or on this resolution. Is there any public comment? Please come forward. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, anybody online?
Yes, we have no callers, Chair.
Very good. Then I'll close the public comment portion of it, and I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion, Supervisor Swarthout.
Second?
Second, Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4.
Yes.
District 1. I'm sorry, District 3.
Yeah.
I skipped ahead. District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. All right. Thank you very, very much, you guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Look forward to seeing your results. More results. All right, our next agenda item. This is the Director, Office of Emergency Services, Craig Griesbach. This is a resolution approving a license agreement between the County of Nevada, Gold Country Kiwanis, and Fire Safe Council of Nevada County for use of the Nevada County Eric Rood Administrative Center for the 18th Annual Health, Safety, and Fire Preparedness Carnival to take place on May 6, 2023, and authorizing the Director of Emergency Services to execute the agreement. We have Craig, we have Al Schaefer, and Jamie for the Fire Safe Council. Craig?
Good afternoon, Chair Schofield, members of the board. My name is Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services for Nevada County. These are my favorite types of items to present to you. The item we have before you, as you mentioned, is a resolution approving the license agreement with Gold Country Kiwanis and the Fire Safe Council of Nevada County for the 18th Annual Health, Safety, and Fire Preparedness Carnival on May 6th. This is such a great event that really helps educate the entire community on emergency preparedness as a whole. Plus, it's a chance to just have some good old-fashioned fun with our families, interacting with first responders, our businesses, nonprofits, and some county staff. Like any community event, this takes a lot of effort to organize and host. I would now like to introduce Al Schaefer, representing Gold Country Kiwanis, and Jamie Jones with the Fire Safe Council of Nevada County, who have really done an amazing job organizing this event, because it is a big lift to get done. Al?
Okay, thank you, Craig and board. We're not talking about the mine this hearing, right? No, okay. I'm Al Schaefer. I've been chair of the Health, Safety, and Fire Preparedness Carnival. As you heard, it's in our 18th year. It started out to be a children's activity, which is why we coined the name Carnival, but it is certainly now a family event, and only about a third of our 70 or more exhibitors are actually dealing directly with children. This will be our fourth event at the Rood Center. Our original purpose was to introduce children primarily to our fire and law first responders. And now I think I probably said that, about a third of our exhibits are for children, the rest are for their family at large. The carnival occupies this 2.5 acres of parking lot and open space in the front of the facility here. We have representatives of all of our first responders, plus about 60 community service exhibits, all engaging families to talk about health and safety in our community. Gold Country Kiwanis thanks our partners, the OES and Fire Safe Council, for assistance and for the daily work you guys do in our community. You've certainly been tested in the last couple of years. We expect about 1,000 guests to be our visitors, families that can enjoy education and fun at the same time. I invite the Board of Supervisors to join us and see what we're doing out here. Are there any questions regarding how it works? If not, Jamie Jones of Fire Safe Council will be available to answer your questions. I know they've got some.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you for all of your hard work. I know that you've spent years chairing this event and lots of time organizing it, so we're proud to be a partner with you on this. What you may not know is that this carnival also serves for a lot of our Firewise communities as the Community Wildfire Preparedness Day event, which is the first Saturday of each month for the NFPA, which is the organization that hosts our Firewise communities. So it's an opportunity for our Firewise communities to table and meet residents that they may not have interacted with in their community and reach out and connect. It's also an opportunity for Fire Safe Council to get our messaging out to younger homes with younger children and families that are working that we may not interact with on a regular basis in the community. So we love sponsoring this event in partnership with Kiwanis, and we also very much appreciate the county's support in letting us use this venue. Again, this year it's been a great venue. It's bounced around over the years, and this seems to be very successful, and the children love all of the law enforcement and fire personnel they get to interact with. So as Al mentioned, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Jamie. So this is the fourth year here, correct? And we still welcome you, Al.
Still, thank you.
Yeah. And I have been before, but not here. The last one I was at Sierra College, the fire station there. Now, what is the timing of the event?
Okay, it's Saturday, May 6th, which, as you just heard, is National Fire Preparedness Day. That's why it moved up from sometime in September, 18 years ago when this started. And the time is 11 o'clock until 4 o'clock in the afternoon for the public. Our first responders start setting up, between 8 and 8:30 because they're dealing with that big equipment, and then our other community service organizations and agencies that are exhibiting at tables will be primarily under the solar collectors, and with Jamie's green waste equipment and that sort of thing lined up, and PG&E has a big exhibit of fire safety exhibits and that sort of thing. They're on the outside of that periphery. So we do take up about 2.5 acres, and I'm just pleased that we have so much support from the county and from our first responders, because it is an opportunity to meet with families. We don't, otherwise you hear things on the radio and on the newspaper, but this gives people a face-to-face opportunity, And especially for children, it learns that firemen and policemen specifically are their friends. So in the case of an emergency, we've eliminated a little trauma, is what the initial intent was.
Yeah. Is there any food there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. For the children, like Ed, we have a hot dog barbecue by one of our sponsors. Our biggest sponsor is Suburban Propane. They will have an exhibit there with tanks, show you how to shut off your propane gas. But they bring a wonderful crew of 6 or 8 people that spend 5 hours making the hot dogs, putting them in buns, providing salads provided by our grocery stores here, SPD and Rayleigh's, soft drinks. We'll have popcorn. So there's plenty of snacks and plenty of things for the children to do. We'll have a not a jump house because that's enclosed. We now only have the exterior slide, and everybody will be prepared with hand sanitizer and that sort of thing if anybody has a question about that. But we have a constant flow of people from 11 to 4 in the afternoon.
Wonderful. Any questions of the board?
No questions, but it was a great event. The last 2 I've been to, it just gets bigger and better. And again, it's about educating the parents, which I love having family events, but it was really fun to see the parents get so engaged. So, and I still love the bubble guy is probably my favorite. He makes those bubbles with that thing. The kids were fascinated by that, but that was just fun. And of course, the trailer there, the smoke trailer was there last time, and the kids loved seeing the sheriff's boat. I mean, it really, all in all, the whole day was amazing. So looking forward to it again.
Good. I do want to mention, you were talking about some of the exhibits. We will have an extraction from a car to show people what happens in a terrible accident. And we have a helicopter, at least one. We've got 2 different parties working on helicopters. And that always shuts everything down. Every adult stops what they're doing and runs over to see the helicopter.
I have a question. Yeah, thanks. Jeffrey, can we go back to the?
Oh, there's our poster.
Just because I was looking at all those pictures, and I saw our South Yuba River cohort bandana in one of them, in the bottom, right, Sue? Those bandanas that we work on every year to alert folks to the dangers on the Yuba River. And so I'm just curious, with the river so high right now, are there folks out there going to be talking about river safety? It would be a really good thing to add.
Yes, we have the rescue group under the sheriff. That's about 214, I think, volunteers that train and work very hard and have saved several lives, I think even already this year. And in the past, I can't speak for them because everybody's changed during the COVID holiday, but they used to pass out safety or flotation devices for children. The Highway Patrol will be giving away baby safety seats if they inspect a car that needs improvement. There are several giveaways. Last year, OES was giving away a backpack with a crank radio and a bunch of safety equipment. And the radio sticks out to me because I didn't have any way to communicate during some of these periods of a week or more of no electricity, for instance. But there are plenty of giveaways. Everybody has information, and many of the booths will have games for adults and for children to try and get everybody engaged.
Great. Any other comments or questions?
Thank you for doing it. Thank you for contributing the time. I'm sure, having done other events here at the county, and thanks for the Fire Safe Council for supporting it. And all those, we did one at UBET. You participated, everybody participated in one neighborhood meeting in UBET like this, and it was a huge success, so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My dog and I will be there. We were there last year. Thank you. I'm sure that was totally unintentional to have my picture up there, but it's a great event. I already have it on my calendar. Really appreciative of the groups that put this on, and it just seems to have gotten bigger and more popular every year. So we will be there.
Thank you for your presentation, Al. Jamie, is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, nobody on the line?
Yeah, no callers, Chair.
No callers. All right. I will entertain a motion to approve a license agreement between the County of Nevada, Gold Country Kiwanis, and Fire Safe Council of Nevada County for the use of the Eric Rood facility.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hook,
Second?
second Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you again, Al, Jamie, Craig. All right. Our last item here is Director Stephen Rose. Steve here? Oh, here he comes. You're up, Steve. This is a resolution of intention to approve an amendment to the contract between the Board of Administration California Public Employees Retirement System and the Board of Supervisors of the County of Nevada to provide Section 2439, which is county jail, detention, or correctional facility employees as county peace officers. Steve, you want to take over?
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I'm your HR Director, Steve Rose, and here to talk to you about the safety retirement proposal for our correctional officers. Next slide. So CalPERS requires us to administer a safety retirement or a miscellaneous retirement. Currently, our correctional officers are under the miscellaneous retirement, and there's several steps which I'll go through in the presentation, which outline not only the agreement that we did in their MOU 2 years ago, but also the requirements at CalPERS for transparency on the process of adopting this. And this is one of 3 meetings, or 3 board decisions that will need to be made. Next slide. So in July of 2021, we adopted the MOU with both the MEA and Local 39, which is both unions that have correctional officers, to add safety retirement with a provision that we would have it in place by July of this year. And so we're to that point. We started working with CalPERS last December. It's quite a long process to determine what the requirements are, get the approval for the job descriptions, do the contract amendment. There's voting that takes place. So we were in Truckee this morning at 6:30. I'll be in Truckee again at 6:30 on Thursday. We were in the Wayne Brown Correctional Facility last week, both Tuesday and Thursday as well, for 2 hours in the morning for shift change to ensure that everybody got a chance to vote. And once votes are done, we're going to do unlock the box. We'll do the counting in my office with union representation and folks from the bargaining units, and we'll count the votes. And it's 31 negative votes are required if we don't adopt. So that's how the voting takes place. Next slide. So today, like I mentioned earlier, there are 3 resolutions that have to go before the board. This is the resolution of intent. The voting, of course, began last Tuesday. It will conclude on the 27th. Once we have the votes tallied on the afternoon of the 27th, if the vote is yes, we'll bring the ordinance on May 9th, and then the second reading is on the 23rd, and then the effective date of the contract amendment will be the first full pay period in July, which is the 9th. Next slide. So if approved, this is where the current employees will move from one tier to another. The tier 1 at 2.7 at 20, 2.7 to 55, there's 22 members in that group, and they will not move to the 3 at 50. The reason being that is they weren't in a safety plan 3 at 50 prior to the conversion. The second tier is the 2 at 60 tier. So that's the middle tier between the Classic and the PEPRA. And we have 1 person in that tier. That person, along with the other 22, will move to the 3 at 55 tier. And the rest who were hired after January 2013, the 2 at 62, the PEPRA members, there are 37, and they moved to the 2.7 at 57 tier. And there are, again, 37 of those members. Next slide, please. So here's the current employer cost and the proposed based on the categories that I mentioned in the previous slide. Give you a second to look at those. Okay, next slide. So the change would take place pending board action and the outcome of the vote. The first payroll, which would be July 9th. The cost is approximately $365,000 a year. The cost is calculated by the formula up above, and it is shared between the employer and the employee. Next slide. So there is a good value proposition for the county. The sheriff's office is mandated to provide 3 services, and that's patrols, arrests, support to the jail through the bailiffs, and then also maintain a county jail. And we were one of the only counties in California that did not have safety retirement, so there is a issue with retention and recruitment, which is why the county moved in this direction. And it's also an enhanced benefit for the officers that now don't need to go to another county to get those benefits. Will be more consistent with those counties in the state. Next slide. So I'll pause there for any questions if you have any. No? Okay. Pardon me?
That's all of it?
Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay.
So yeah,
All right.
it'd be pending your vote now. Sorry about that, Chair.
All right. Board members, Sue, do you have any questions? Okay. Lisa, no? No? Right. Is there any public comment? Nobody?
Chair Schofield, I just want to first, we have some members of corrections here and just share our appreciation for their work. These are hard jobs, and I want to make sure that you know that the Board of Supervisors and the county recognize that. The duties that they do this is not just for retention, but they are performing duties that are safety related. So this is definitely something that's due to the services that they're providing to the county and for our community.
Thank you to all. Yeah.
I think that goes without saying. I think that might be why there were no questions.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think, well, I'm not speaking for all of us, but I believe that's what we all think. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of questions.
Still none. Okay, all right. And no public comment?
There's no callers, Chair.
Very good. Then I think we can entertain a motion.
I would like to make that motion that we approve.
Motion Supervisor Swarthout, seconded.
Second.
Supervisor Hook. You got to be faster, Hardy. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. District 4.
Oh, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for all that you
Thank
do.
you.
And with that, this meeting is adjourned.